Okay. All right. We're live. So a little different format here. This will be an exciting time for everybody. I'm Jeremy LaRose. Macy may join us later. She may not. She's painting today, so we'll go from there. So good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are around the world. We are here in Michigan, and we're going to be doing the Show Your Heart Out series. So we're going to try this out, live judging, live results. Going to be a lot different format, right? Going to be a little bit different to try to go over the placings live, try to give you my feedback live as I'm seeing the classes. It may be tricky, right? Because if you're at the horse show, you can compare all of the horses together against each other. Not so much important for like a showmanship pattern, but definitely important for halter, pleasure stuff, things like that, where you're gonna have to watch the different horses at a time. So we can put my multitasking skills to the test here, and we can see what's going on. So if I don't interact with the chat, I apologize. I will be glancing over at it every now and then to see if you guys have questions about things. Try to address them as much as I can. If this is your horse, we can go from there. Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much. You guys are too kind. So we will. We're going to start off with the mare's halter. We have a list of all of our horses here. So this will be all of our runs, and we will try to go from there. I'm going to try to give everybody as much feedback as I can. Those of you who don't know who I am, so if you're new to watching all of our live streams and stuff, my name is Jeremy LaRose. I'm a AQHA primarily trainer. We do a lot of APHA, AQHA stuff, mostly Western pleasure, although I like to focus on the all-around stuff. So that's kind of my background. I've been training horses for a long time, and shown, had really a lot of success at world and national level stuff. And now we run an educational site called LSH Live. So that's where you should be watching this. Here on LSH Live, we try to make everybody be a better rider, especially through this whole awkward time that we're in. So we can get started, I suppose. We can go with, I have a tab pulled up. First, this would be mare's halter. And we will try to, probably have to watch these. The advantage that you guys have when you shoot these is that you can reshoot them if you don't like them. And the advantage that I have is I can replay them. So that's gonna be a little bit different than normal, where I can replay the videos and the patterns and stuff. So huge advantage for me, advantage / disadvantage for you. We'll try not to replay them as much as possible, but probably have to play with it, freezing them so we can kind of line them up and compare. I'll probably keep this small, I think. Yes. All right, we'll get started. If it's too windy, we will turn it down. If the audio has problems, we'll go from there. So yearling filly here. Good morning. Track looks good. Horse is pretty balanced for a yearling. I like that. We don't have like a severe off balance issue. We would like to have seen that horse pause there. Maybe we'll get a better look at it. Set looks good. Hips look good. Hocks are pretty straight. Maybe a little bit upside down in its neck. Would like to see this neck be a little bit cleaner through there. A little bit smoother line through there. A little off balance here. Now it's a little bit closer. Front feet could stand to be a little bit more set. Again, this is not showmanship, but it is halter, so we want to give this horse the best chance that we can of being balanced and being square. So what we'll probably have to do is watch every horse individually and then go back through and kind of make a judgment. That way we're comparing them all against each other. Yeah, so here's that line that I was talking about. So I'd like to see this horse be a little bit cleaner through here, a little bit scopier through its neck. The way this horse is set with its head down like this, it kind of, you can see a little bit of a bulge right there. Would like to see a little bit cleaner line through there. I like the way its hocks are set. This front foot could come up to this one evenly. Looks like we have some room to pull this horse forward a little bit and maybe clean these hocks up. Kind of laying down as it's set right now, a little bit too steep of an angle here. Would like to see a little bit posterior hock when it comes to a halter horse. But other than that, looks good. Probably could stand to have this horse be a little bit more fit up. It's a little bit on the heavy side. Want to see more muscling, but it is a yearling, so we'll have to forgive a little bit. We'll rewind this and we'll pause this here. Let's skip ahead to where it's set so we can kind of compare these horses profiling here. Good. We'll go to the next one. So a big wide mare here. Gonna be hard to compare yearlings and different age mares all at the same class. Generally, you save that for like the Grand Reserve. So normally these are set up to like yearlings, 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, and age mares. Didn't catch how old this one was.
This is Hickory Shorty Lena, 12-year-old quarter horse mare.
12-year-old quarter horse mare.
Now I think you can walk close so that you can see.
All right. Chase it down here. So when you're showing teeth, we're checking for parrot mouth. So make sure you split both ends of their lips so you can see all of it. Obviously, you won't see much from just the top teeth, but. Horse tracks really free, tracks really even. If you're nitpicking the class, you could say I'd like to see a little bit more pleasant expression through there, but certainly not something that I would fault against. But just things to note, right? So we could always improve the performance of these horses if we just put the absolute peak performance available, right? If we had this horse's ears forward down that line, that would be amazing, but not necessarily something to fault for. Horse is really balanced though. I like the muscling in this horse. Big round hip, big powerful shoulder. This is a little cleaner neck right here.
Not a good angle because of the sun, but
good. So picking her apart. Nice short back, long across the bottom, round hip. Again, could probably stand to have a little bit better setup here. Would like to see this hock be kind of squared back up. And Jennifer, I am in dress pants. I'm not in sweatpants today. So we're here, big wide across the back end. I like this muscling here. This rib kind of pokes out a little bit. So a little heavier than we'd like to see. Would like to see a little bit more trimmed up, but certainly big muscle, big powerful horse here. Very foundation-y looking horse. So looking on this side, big muscle hanging over the shoulder, big muscle over her hip, powerful gaskin, powerful forearm. Like to see that a lot, good angles everywhere. This is a nice horse. So very wide across the front end. I like this straight leg all the way down. Very good. So big muscle again. So it's hard with a camera, right? So you want to make sure, and it's one of the big things that I go for, is to make sure that we're set up square in the arena. So in this situation, you can see where like we have just more horse hanging out over here, and we kind of saw that in the other one too. We can't necessarily fault that, but just something to take note of, especially if you're showing a class. Make sure you set straight so that you see your horse straight on. You don't want to be offset like this because it changes a lot of things with your horse. Good, good, good. So we'll go back. We'll pause this one out of profile. Once you get this set. So, and it's kind of a weird setup, right? Because we'll see in some of the other videos that they do some jump cuts where they maybe track their line and they pause the video and then set back up and then start videoing once the horse is set. Now, not everybody did that. So we're not going to have to, obviously we're not going to judge how quickly this horse sets up, but we are going to have to take into consideration a horse that sets up quickly, right? So if you were the first one to trot in, if it was a halter class, a regular halter class, you were the first one to trot in, you would have plenty of time to get your horse set. If you're the last one to trot in, you don't have as much time, although they do start at the front of the line generally. So in situations like this, where we go straight from the track to the setup, you don't have any time to prepare. So we're going to have to overlook that for the sake of the format and allow these exhibitors some time to get their horses set. So for me, in a halter class especially, you want to make sure that you have lots of time to get your horse set and have the best setup you can when the judge comes around to look at your horse, right? Take your time. In a halter, you can touch him. So take your time, get your horse set properly, in that this hind's a little bit offset will affect the judging of this horse, especially when I look at this side, right? Because I can't accurately judge this back end with this leg not squared up. So make sure when you guys do virtual classes in the future, if you're showing regular classes, that you get a good setup, right? Make sure you have a good setup because it's very, very important. We'll start this one. Pretty mare here. Again, big wide chest.
13-year-old quarter horse mare.
13-year-old. Track's good, wide across the back end. Okay, so a good example of that, right? So a good horse, right? Let's take our time and make sure we get them set. So in this situation, I know we're feeling the pressure, right? Anytime we're showing horses, we're feeling pressure, but especially with the camera directly on you. So that's not going to happen in a real class where that judge just watches the entire time, because I know how that feeling gets where the judge is staring at you and you're just like sweat pouring down. You're trying to be as professional as you can and get it set quickly. Don't feel that pressure here. And my suggestion to everybody would be to track your line and then get your horse set up and then start recording again if you have the ability to do that. That being said, don't panic, right? Don't panic. If your horse moves, just reset it and then show it off. Because we have, like, this horse is headed off to the side, and it's just not the show that we'd like to see, right? For me, when I don't care if they hand set, Becky, no, not in a halter class. So for me, if I were looking for the best look of this horse, right, I want to make sure that they have kind of that bird dog look where they get proud. Yeah, like see, she picks her head up there and she kind of comes up here and she gets a little bit showy. Yeah, and I want them to look through the halter, right, get those ears forward, get kind of that show look, and make sure this head is straight, right? So let's go back, let's critique this. Because it's just really hard to get an accurate idea of your back end if your hinds are not set. But other than that, neck ties in good. Horse is a little on the heavy side, likes a little more tuck here. A big hip on his horse, big shoulder. A little longer through its back than the other one that we saw. Maybe a little narrow here. Not quite as wide and straight-legged down there. Legs kind of hook in a little bit, but not bad. So there we see this horse just a little bit heavy. I know we're all coming out of winter, but if I was judging, I'd want to see just a little bit more power here. And again, could be a little bit cleaner here. Neck gets a little bit upside down, but I like how it comes out of the shoulder. Good sloping shoulder here. Nice round hip. Good hock set there. So that there you could get a better idea of the horse's hocks coming through here. If we had this horse set, I'd probably split the difference between these two. I'd bring this leg back and this leg up to meet it. Because that would give a good straight line for our hocks. Like here, she's laying down just a little bit, or I guess leaning a little bit back, so she could stand and bring this one forward. This one's laying down a bit more, could stand and bring this one back, get a little bit better set there. But we have good angling here, good powerful horse, and pretty headed. Good. And again, so in situations like this, I wouldn't mind seeing our exhibitor have a little bit more confidence out there, right? You have a nice horse, make sure you show it, right? So there's a certain amount of showmanship and presentation that can go into that to kind of enhance the performance, to say, this is my horse, I'm very excited to be here. Look how nice my horse is, right? You could certainly get up with your chest, get up with your arms and say, hey, here's everything, here you go, this is the best I have. The exhibitor shows a little bit scared of our horse, right? We're just a little bit timid. We can kind of pick those arms up and get a little bit more confident with our presentation. Again, it's not something that we necessarily judge, but it is something that when it comes to overall presentation, you're going to get scored there. So here we have this one.
2-year-old mare.
2-year-old mare, good. So again, make sure when you show your horse's teeth, watch where you have that horse's head set, right? Because that jaw slides as you move that head up and down. So if you're checking horse's teeth and their head is up, they're going to look a little bit more tendency to be parrot mouth, as opposed to if their head is down, that jaw slides as they get set, right? So let's watch here. Watch this track again. Moves forward willingly, moves free with its legs. So there's what I was talking about with the jump cut, right? So we don't know how long it took this horse to get set. We'll never know how long it took to get this horse set. So we're going to have to judge this accordingly and make sure we hold everybody to the same standard, where we give everybody lots of time to get their horse set, right? Because if we're rushing some exhibitors, but then others can just cut, we don't know how much time passed between then and now. So We don't want to be unfair. But our cameraman started a bit early here, right? So as a judge, you're certainly going to make your exhibitor feel very pressured if you start off when a horse moved a foot. But I would say take your time, reset it as quickly as you can. That would be a good opportunity. It's a younger horse, so it'd be a good opportunity to touch your withers, move that foot back in line with your foot, and get reset. Now, our hocks are a little bit out behind us here based on this view. So we'll see how it looks when we profile it, because we didn't really get a good look at the other way. Good, so she fixed her foot, which this looks much better, right? So if you compare the two, the first profile versus this profile, this looks way better. And now our hocks don't look so bad. Good, good. So we can take a look at this again. Good. So when it comes to overall presentation, right, she's showing her horse. Would love to see ears forward. That absolutely adds to the picture. Would love to see this horse kind of lean forward a little bit. We've got some room to come up on these hocks, just a touch. They're laying down just a shade here with the way that our horse is set, but we've got a big, powerful hip, short back, long across the bottom. I like that. Good slope to our shoulder. Good. Front end looks good and square. Powerful chest. Like to see that a lot. So we'll pause this. We'll grab a little profile here. I think the other side was probably a little more accurate. Come on. Go to this one.
Nine-year-old mare.
So we have a 9-year-old mare here. Horse doesn't track quite as free as the other ones. Certainly not a fault, but doesn't track quite as free. And there's another example of that jump cut, right? So we jump over, and now we're able to see a good setup, a really good setup. And see, there's the look that we're going for, right? Those ears forward. Exhibitor is confident with her horse. She says, here's my horse. Stand clear out of the way. Let this judge have a good look at this horse. Oh, and even a bit of showing here, right? So arm out front, making sure she gets her ears. Looks like she grabbed some dirt. So this exhibitor is working for it, right? So if I were to compare the two, I could say this exhibitor really is trying hard. She's trying to put her horse's best foot forward, and just look at the difference in the presentation where this horse got its ears forward and it's looking out through the halter. And we have an air of showmanship here. So I love seeing that. I love seeing someone work hard in the class and just trying to get all the extra points that you can, right? It's not necessarily make or break, but it is going to be something that adds to the overall picture. So ultimately, the class is about your horse's presentation. It is about the horse's conformation, but an air of showing like that can certainly help. So horse is not quite as clean through its hocks as we would like to see. Certainly more of a riding style horse, but if it was a halter horse, we'd want to see those hocks be straight up and down. So we've got a big, powerful hip here. I like that horse's hip a lot. Shoulder looks a little weak here, but these front feet are offset. So maybe we come around, maybe not. Maybe we see it from the front. Yeah, so again, hard to tell here, but straight in the arena would have been if we stopped like right there. So here we are straight across from the wall, so you see those horses' front feet are just a little bit offset from our hind feet. If we were in a line, right, if we were in a lineup, you would definitely notice that. If you had a horse that was straight and then one that wasn't, right, you would certainly see that horse be a little bit off. You could stand and bring those front feet over just a touch and get square to your arena a little bit more. That way your cameraman doesn't have to get like move the camera to find you. Because see, now we're a little bit offset to the back wall, right? The back wall is running a little bit like this, and we're right here. So just things that I notice. So things you don't really like, it's hard to tell in a solo presentation like this, but you would certainly notice it in a class if someone was a little bit off like that. And just remember, you're not getting the full picture of your horse, right? So if we profile and we're straight on like this, and we're directly perpendicular to our judge, that judge is gonna get a good look at this horse. If he's offset a little bit, you see where your shoulder looks a little bit bigger than your hip, which I think is what happened. You can see where this horse's shoulder now looks bigger than his hip. And if you go to the other side, it doesn't so much look that way. It looks like its hip is bigger than its shoulder. Like so. So it's all because it's just a little trick of the eye. It's hard to measure depth, especially in a video or a picture, to know that this shoulder is further away from our eye than this hip. So this gives the impression of a bigger hip on this side, gives the impression of a bigger shoulder on the other side, because we are not perfectly square to our horse. So just keep that in mind when you go to a show. You're showing to a real judge, giving your horse the best option to get set. I really like this horse though. probably in my top 1 or 2 right now as far as horses that I've seen so far. So just kind of keeping in mind what I've seen, we can go through here. Oops, we lost this one's time. Yeah. Probably so far. Thank you, Don. Probably so far my winner. Oh, so back this one up. A lot bigger mare here. Pretty headed. Very pretty eyes on this one. So again, want to see that bottom
This horse
teeth.
is 13.
13-year-old mare. Track is fine. Certainly not a plus or minus there. Good, so I like this exhibitor got out of the way. Just gonna let this judge get the best possible view of our horse here. Horse's head's just a touch high. Again, I hope we come back and I hope we get a good profile. It doesn't look like we're going to, which is unfortunate. Certainly wanna make sure you pause once you get this horse set so I can take a good look at it. Wouldn't be a bad idea to pause behind. I can do the work myself here, but would never be a bad idea to pause as you're videoing and make sure that you can get directly behind that horse, directly in front of that horse so we can evaluate, and then directly pause right here so like we can back this up a little bit and hopefully we can pause here and see a good profile of this horse. Doesn't look like, maybe a little bit, we're still kind of in motion. That's fine, I can pause the video, but to make it easier, if we can get a good pause and say, here's my horse, right? And then I know I have a lot of show wives that are getting help from their show husbands that necessarily are not show husbands, right? So we can go back. Horse's neck is a little bit thick given the rest of our body. Wouldn't mind seeing a little cleaner throat latch, pretty thick through the throat latch here. And then we have horse's head's just a little too high right there. So you see the higher we go, the more upside down that neck kind of turns on us. So making sure that neck kind of, like I don't mind seeing somebody like shank him up and make him like show, but make sure you let that horse's neck kind of relax back down. So I do like that she's really trying to show her horse here. She's got her hands high, trying to do the best she can, but wouldn't mind seeing this horse's neck just a touch lower, would be a little bit better setup. So we'll pause here and see what happens when we don't like pause the video, when our videographer isn't holding still. Now when we pause, it's going to be blurry and I don't think there's gonna be much way we can fix that. So the horse is a little bit close set for me. So if you look at these front feet, we're a little bit far back underneath our body. We could stand to bring these front feet forward, which would pick these hocks up a little bit, but our horse does not have as big a hip as some of the other ones that we've seen, especially like, I think if you compare it to this one, this horse has just got a little bit more butt hanging out there. So yeah, just a little bit more round, a little bit more fullness here. This horse gets a little bit like flat through here. So getting that horse to lean back, kind of rock over those hocks will help that, help kind of add to that picture. So you're gonna have to sacrifice one in order to gain the other, and you're gonna appeal to some judges more than others, depending on how you have your horse set. So if you brought both of these front feet forward, you can kind of pick those hocks up. They're not laying down quite so much, and you can be a little bit better set there. Certainly not bad though, certainly not a standout. You're somewhere in the middle of the class so far. Back this one up, this one has music. We'll try not to get our video muted on YouTube.
We'll show off our teeth.
Good teeth there. Then in a good way to show that, right? Ella doesn't say how old she is, don't think. Thank you, Jasmine. So we're coming through. Horse a little less willing to track than some of the other ones, kind of hangs behind. Would love to see that horse just stay up a little bit. Again, not something that's critical in a halter class, but something that I notice as a trainer and as a rider, as a showmanship exhibitor, right? Or trainer, I should say. Setup could use some work here. Front feet are a little bit offset, they're a little bit too wide. This leg's kind of out wide. Wouldn't mind seeing just a little bit sharper setup out of this one. I think we could do better to get more presentation out of this horse. And you see, like as a judge, it's just hard to judge if our front feet aren't set, because if we're comparing it to one whose feet are set, how do you judge the shape of the shoulder if you have this leg different than this leg, right? You have a left side that's different than a right side. Going to be much harder to judge this one than some of the other ones, right? And again, if you think about your back ends, how we can compare, it's all about putting your horse in a position where you can really compare it well. So if you have this horse who, let me go to the profile of this one. Oops, just a little bit back. So you go to the profile here, you can accurately judge this one against this one, against this one, against this one, against this one, right? So we want to have it's about presenting the same so that judge can make accurate judging, right? So if our horse is just not set completely square, then it's going to be kind of difficult. Another big thing that stands out to me here, I'd like to see a better fitting halter. Okay, so I want to see a halter that fits tight, snug to the horse's face. Run your halters up, get them as tight, as close to that bone as you can. So because otherwise it just cuts off your horse's nose, right? So it's hard to look at this head and get a good idea of whether or not it's a long head or a short head, because we want that halter to break right across the middle of this horse's face and really divide up that line, right? So have a little bit on the bottom side, a little bit more on the top side, kind of 2/3 rule there. And here we're certainly on the longer end of that. So this buckle, let's put some holes up here and get a little bit tighter fitting halter here, because this ends up just hanging a little bit better on her nose. And so if you were to say, like, maybe that has an effect on how that horse tracked too, right? If the halter's a little too low on that horse's nose, you might be pulling its nose out and you're getting its nose instead of its shoulders, just from a training standpoint. And see where if these front feet are a little bit wide, now it looks like this leg, this toe points out, right? We kind of have these front feet splayed out. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, kind of hard to tell because that foot is placed forward like this rather than underneath of ourselves in square. So a little bit better setup would help a ton with our judging. As it stands right now, kind of hard to judge this horse accurately, but we have to show or judge what we're presented with, so that's what we have. So we'll get up a profile of this one. Go to this one. A little windy here. Appreciate you coming out in the wind, Chelsea. Reading lips, she's 5 years old, I believe. Interesting note that I just make an observation of: no chain over this one's nose, over or under. Just clipped to the halter, so horse must track pretty easily. Must be fairly broke to do that. Certainly not, again, not something that I critique necessarily, but just an observation that I note. A good fast setup. Really balanced horse here, really powerful, good muscling. And we start to see a little bit more of, at first impression, we see we're gaining some ground, right? So we're already in the top of this class, certainly the top 25% of this class, just off first impressions alone. It just presents really well. So here's a lot cleaner neck. That's what we're kind of looking for. A little bit of that half moon shape right here, looking for a good arc through its chest. A little thick through here. Wouldn't mind if it was a higher level show or we were competing against tougher competition, you would certainly run into one that has a cleaner throat latch than that. If halter was your dream and you were hoping to win halter, we could put a throat latch sweat on this one and try to bring that down just a little bit. Big powerful hip on this one, like this, a little bit posterior hock. It's kind of what we're going for with these halter horses. Big prominent wither, which is just something to note, not necessarily a fault or anything, but certainly more wither than we had with other horses. A little close behind right here. These hocks kind of come in, but on a profile, this horse profiles really well. Really well. Yeah, so there's that cleaner look. If this head was straight and these ears were straight perfectly forward, you'd have a very pretty picture here. I like the way this horse's shoulder ties into its body, deep-hearted, a little bit more tucked than some of the other ones that we've seen. Very short back, rounds up nice. I like the way this hip hangs off. And then, yeah, probably the biggest thing that stands out to me is the muscling in this horse, right? This horse is very fit, certainly ready to be here, ready to show today, which definitely helps. There's our look that we're going for, right? So, thank you, Kirsty. Oops, load it up too. Perfect. Yep. So in a halter horse, we want to see a little bit posterior hock. It's kind of just the style of horse that we're looking for. And that's really the the difference in specialization, right? So if you're talking about a riding horse, we don't want to see a postie hock, or a halter horse, we do want to see a postie hock. In AQHA shows, at least, the shows have diverged to where we have a specialized halter horse versus specialized pleasure horse, and that's kind of just the style of horse that we're going for these days. It's going to make them ride a little rougher if they have a postie hock, though. Good, so I like this horse a lot. It's probably going to be a toss-up between that one, this one, and yeah, so far. Looking at probably the top of our class here, this one and this one together. So we'll make a note of that, and we'll come back and look at them in a little bit. So far, that's where we stand. And then we'll have to sort out the rest and kind of divide people into groups. Hence performance halter classes, exactly, Jennifer. So your performance halter horse is going to have a little bit more set to it. We don't have that option here, so we're showing them all against each other. So again, something we're going to have to take into consideration. And that's why they divided up into performance halter versus regular halter. So our performance horses that are not as postie would have a place to show. Big tall gelding here, or mare. Big tall mare. Big body. Good job dodging the dog. Track's good, legs winging just a little bit, but track's really good. So there we watched that horse track away, and we kind of noticed that those legs kind of swing in a little bit as opposed to tracking very, very straight. Just something to note. Definitely not going to make or break your class, but given the identical horses with one that tracks straight and one that wings, certainly had something I noticed. Good, so big horse here, right? We want to step back just a little bit. As a judge, when you judge a halter class, you want to make sure that you're coming around and giving every exhibitor the same amount of distance, so you're comparing them all evenly. Horse is a little bit narrow made than the other ones. You can see where she's a little base narrow compared to some of the other horses, but we have good muscling throughout. Set up a touch off, but not bad. Really pretty horse here. Neck a little bit, would love to see it be a little bit cleaner through here. Very short back, good through its hip, good through its middle. Good slopey shoulder on it. Hopefully we see. Good. Good, pretty look here, right? Ears forward, legs square, that's what we like to see. Mostly straight legs. This knee turns out just a touch. You can kind of see that this knee kind of rolls out to the outside. This one's pretty straight. Good, and there, see that statue, right? So that's a couple seconds of like perfectly square. That's getting all of your performance out that you can of your horse. Certainly putting your best foot forward here. You see with this horse, we're at the 24 second mark. And we're almost 5 complete seconds of perfectly still. So I love seeing that. Love seeing a horse that wants to set up and show and go from there. And again, certainly my top 25. So we have our first, second, third, we have kind of decided already. We're going to go back and forth between those three, but that's just a matter of personal preference at that point. I would say that all these horses are pretty similar based on my first impression. So this is where you'd always see the judge go through, look at every single horse, and then he's going to go through and try to make tiebreakers and try to make decisions between horses that are close, and that's why halter takes a long time sometimes. But I like the muscling in this horse. I like the kind of upright build, very balanced, good muscling. I like this horse. So we'll go to a little profile view here. There, see, so the difference between having one that's like up and showing and it's got its ears forward and stuff versus one that doesn't, right? So we could stand to have a little bit stronger setup here. We could pick these hocks up just a little bit. Anytime you do that, you're gonna lose some hip, but we have plenty to spare on this horse. Very pretty mare. Good. Another one?
22-year-old.
22 years old. Still out and showing. That's the advantage of these classes, right? I appreciate that this exhibitor lets us get behind the horse so we can see it track away from us, and that's where you really tell if this horse kind of swings its legs like that. Again, we can't judge it against the other horses in this class because we didn't get that opportunity to see it from that angle, but certainly something that we would, if we were to set up a formal set of rules for a online judging or virtual horse show, we would want the cameraman to come behind the horse so we can see how that horse tracks from behind before we see it profiles. That way we get both angles of our horse, right? We have this angle and this angle. So here's an example of a handset. This doesn't bother me at all in the halter class. You would certainly have time to do this in a real class. That's why I'm trying not to watch too much while she does it. You're allowed to get the best possible setup that you can. And kudos to the horse for standing still throughout that. So when I go to set up front ends here, because you don't want to necessarily push their shoulder, right? So you see where our exhibitor touches the horse's shoulder, and now we're going to move this leg because now the horse is going to move away from that pressure. For us, as a halter guy, when we set up horses, we're going to touch the top of the wither here. We're going to touch the top and then either pull their shoulders left or right as we tap our foot on the front of their leg or the back of their leg to get them to either push that foot in or move that foot out. And then you can kind of direct it with your foot as long as you have this hand up on top of their withers. By touching the top of the withers, you're going to direct those shoulders left to right, and you don't necessarily get this back end moving around as much. By putting pressure right here, you're going to push that horse across the diagonal, and it's going to move. It's basically just doing this to you. So you're going to... We got fortunate that she stayed set behind, but good. A pretty horse here. Again, would like to see it be a little bit more fit for this show, especially compared to some of the other ones that we've seen. Big round hip, nice set to our hock. So this is a little bit more posty of a hock, a little bit straighter up and down. Neck could be a touch cleaner, but I like where it ties in. It narrows down, tapers down really nice. Big, powerful base of our sloping shoulder, and that tapers down to a good, clean throat latch. So I do like that in this horse. Setup looks good. This leg kind of twisted, pointed out that way a little bit, where we have two legs, one kind of pointing straight at the camera and one kind of pointing off this way. And some of that could have been from when she picked up her foot and set it back down. So again, something that, like if it was a halter class, you would see the guys cross over the other side and twist that hock out a little bit so it doesn't curl in towards this way, and we can kind of get those hocks set. So if you ever see a halter class, you watch some of those higher end exhibitors show, they would cross over the other side, grab this hock, kind of twist that leg out, and kind of straighten things back up so it doesn't look like it's pointing out that way. But good, so I like the pronounced wither here. Neck ties in really good. We get a good view of this horse this way, big, powerful hip on her. I would love to see a little bit more tuck here. We're bordering on a little heavy. Would love to see more muscling. And we compare it to some of these other ones that are more muscled and ready to be here. I know we're all not sure if there's gonna be shows or not, so it's hard to get your horse cleaned up, but the muscling is something that we can definitely tell the difference between, regardless of how hairy our horse is or anything like that. Like, we don't care about that, but we can see through and say, well, is the skeleton good, and then is the muscling good over the horse? A nice horse here, though. Probably going to be, again, one of our top 25 percentile. We kind of see this class starting to shape up. We've got our top 4 now that we're going to decide between, and we can kind of go from there. Good. Didn't catch how old this one was. Let me turn the volume back up.
$16.
16-year-old mare. Turn this back down. Didn't track the corner. Don't. So Kiersey, you can give me a little bit of clarification here. We didn't track the corner. Would love to see this horse make a corner so we can, it's a lameness evaluation type deal. If it was a regular class, we'd have a retrack. you can kind of clarify, Kirsty, if you're around, how we want to proceed with this one. Obviously, I mean, nobody's going to show horses lame, so it's not a huge deal, not make or break to me, but we can fault it or whatever, we go from there. But just for future reference, make sure we clarify that we want to track that corner. So this cone, you want to go around the cone, come back around, and then you can set up somewhere over on this side of the arena facing that way. So you're evaluating this horse a little bit flatter hip than some of these other ones. You see where this is a little bit more of a triangle instead of that roundness that we're looking for. Uphill horse, which is unusual, right? We don't usually see these. So withers are higher than our hip. We love seeing that. That's a big plus for me. Good slope to our horse's shoulder, a little bit steep, steeper than the other ones that we've seen. Neck looks pretty good, tapers down nice. We've got a good clean throat latch through here. Longer on top than the bottom. Horse is made pretty nice. So again, as a cameraman, we'd love to see this horse, or the cameraman stop in the middle so we can get a good idea of this horse and kind of go from there. This looks good though. So, and it's a small thing, right? But if we look at the difference between this horse that probably showed the best out of all of ours, we keep going back to this little Josie's horse here, where it just had that look, right? Where it looks through the halter. We've got a good exhibitor doing a lot of showing here, versus we're kind of falling asleep, right? So and when we start to fall asleep, right, everything kind of drops. We kind of lose that snap, that pizzazz to our horse. So we'd love to see this horse be up and alert. We don't necessarily want that lethargic looking kind of sleepy horse. Back end looks pretty good here. A good setup. We're wide enough here that we can get through there. And we see kind of a clean, straight leg. Is age a factor at all? So normally, like we said, in a halter class, you would show yearlings against yearlings, 2-year-olds against 2s, 3s against 3s, age against age, until you get to the grand reserve, and then you compare. It would take, and this was when I showed halter horses, right? We always said that it took a very good yearling to beat an age gelding or a 3-year-old gelding. So it's certainly a factor. If you have an extremely impressive yearling, you can kind of go from there. Oops, that picture is very blurry. So go to the camera, show your horse's teeth, horse's age, trot straight away from the camera, make a turn. Yeah, so she did make the turn. So if we want to call that a DQ, we certainly could. And we can go from there. But we can still judge our horse anyway, and we can judge what we're given. So age definitely is a factor. Like I said, it would take a very good yearling to beat a 2 or 3-year-old. Not to say it hasn't happened or it doesn't happen. Certainly does, but you're going to compare and say, like, if we have a yearling who has all of the pieces, right, we can't factor in size or width as much for him because he's going to grow and change as he gets bigger, right? Most horses usually grow up, then grow out, so you have to factor that in when it comes in. With these aged mares, probably not as much of a factor. I know we had one very young one here, and I think we had a 2-year-old also. But yeah, so we kind of take that into consideration. Again, it would be one of those things where if the class is really close, then it would be kind of what we look for, but we could look at the build of this horse and say, well, this horse probably is not going to compare to one like this or one like this in given the same age, right? So that horse is probably never going to grow into one like this. It's just not made the same. So, and I could be wrong, but that's kind of just evaluating it as it is right now. But a good horse here. It's a shame that she didn't track that corner. I like the way this horse is made behind. Big, powerful back end. Not as narrow as some of the other ones that we've seen. We've got a good setup here. So let's go to a profile of this one. Let's sort our class out. All right. So we have. So we're going to decide between our top 4 here. We're going to move these. I'm going to move these closer together here because these will probably be our top 3 or 4. We can glance through the other ones. I would say that's very accurate. This one. That's cute. Let's get a little better profile of this one. Now you see where it really depends on your setup, right? Like having a good set, this one was one of the ones I liked. So having a good set really can make the difference now, right? Whereas like maybe it doesn't matter when you're doing it individually, but now we compare these 4 against each other and we say, okay, what do we like and not like about each one? So the setup's really gonna hurt this one, right? Because like we like this side, but we don't love the other side as much, especially when you're comparing it to ones that are set well. So we can kind of go from there. So this one, I'd like to see that little bit more tuck right through there. Big, powerful hip though, good hocks. Clean, a little long through here. Wouldn't mind seeing a little bit shorter horse through there. Kind of like what we see in this one and this one. We have a little bit shorter horse. I think I have, maybe we can point them all the same way. Maybe not. Evaluate them all from the same side. Maybe a little bit further over. All right, so if we break these 3 down, so again, now we're down to personal preference, right? There's not necessarily a clear standout winner, and there's not necessarily a clear standout like 3rd and 4th, and we can kind of say like, okay, this one is a little bit down in its hocks compared to one like this, compared to one like this. This horse is a little bit downhill comparatively. I'm gonna say this one's probably my winner, so we'll go with Top Notch Socks as our winner. And then we will go with I think this one a close second, right? We have just a little bit less. Those are close, right? These 3 are very close. If this horse had just a little bit more presentation, right? If we had that same look where we have these ears forward, like this one's just I'm gonna switch those. We're gonna go spot and artifacts first. I like the big tall filly with the prominent withers, uphill horse. Even though we don't have quite as clean a hock, we still have a big, pretty hip, big, pretty shoulder. I like the presentation here. I like that horse looking through the halter. This one, not quite the same amount of presentation, but a close second. The heaviness for me, kind of a factor. I like this one's a little bit more fit. This one's a little bit more ready to show than that one. And then where I'm gonna go with this one, she's a hot redhead as my second place. And then I'm gonna go with between these ones, we've got our top horses here. I like this horse. I like the presentation. Lays down a little bit in its hocks comparatively to the other ones. Let's move these off to the side. We like those ones as our top horses. And I'm going to go with between these 3 as our next. So let's just look through the others to make sure. Yeah, so these will be our next 2 that we try to decide between. So we have our top 25th percentile. Now we're gonna try to figure out the middle of the class, and then we'll figure out the next section of the class. And that's kind of how I like to judge my classes, divide horses up into groups and then kind of go from there. So if I were to pick this horse apart, I like this horse's hip, I like this horse's shoulder, but it's a little downhill. Neck is clean. We don't have the level of presentation that we have with some of these other ones. So again, just all those bonus points, the setup's not quite as good, so it's harder to judge. So my next one is probably going to be very close between these 2. Probably like this one just a little bit better. I wish it was more fit like this one was. Gonna be this one next. We're gonna go with Top Notch Socks 3rd. And then we're gonna go with Can't Touch My Assets 4th. Chain should be under the chin. Yep, if you're gonna put a chain on. I don't believe we had rules for that, did we, Christy? Nope, no rules for that in this horse show. So yeah, ideally chain underneath the chin when you go show halter. So yeah, so we're gonna go with those 4. First will be this one. Second will be She's a hot redhead. Where did she go? Right there, this one. Third will be top-notch socks. Fourth will be can't touch my assets. Yeah. All right, so we'll put these in order as we go. So spot and artifacts first. We'll kind of pull these out. We'll make it like a horse show, right? Top-notch socks third. She's a hot redhead. Tricky to do.
That's a cute name.
Yeah.
She's a hot redhead.
Yeah. There we go. This one there. This one here. Top-notch socks. Then we have can't touch my assets here. All right. So then we have to decide between these ones. So then this one, that was in part of our tiebreaker one, this one's going to end at 5th. And then we'll decide between all of these. So we could say, this one again, it's hard to tell with the setup, right? So we're kind of somewhere here. I do like this one. It doesn't have quite the hip that the other ones have. I like to see a big, pretty hip when it comes to a halter horse. This one, again, it's hard to judge with this kind of setup, right? So we want to make sure that we have the same kind of setup. This one's neck kind of turns upside down, given that the fact that its head's a little bit high. Maybe we have a better setup back here. Maybe. Yeah, neck's just sizing a little bit high, so it's probably going to be back a little bit further. So I'm going to go with probably, let's see if we have a better setup on this one. And again, because there's not like a clear, like we're set now and we're kind of profiling, a little bit harder to tell, right? So yeah, so we don't have the hip that we're looking for. Probably going to pick this one next. So here's our 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. And maybe we can turn this one around. So we're all facing the same direction. Somewhere right there. Yeah. Arian says she can hear you painting your heart out. She is too. She's just rolling away.
They can hear it. Should I stop?
Yeah. No, you're fine.
Okay. I'm trying to be quiet.
That's funny. So 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. So we're here. 8th, probably going to pick this one next. This one ahead of this one. And I would say those are probably my final placings in this order. So we're going to go spot and artifacts first. She's a hot redhead 2nd. Top-notch socks 3rd. Can't touch my assets 4th. Don't have a name for this one. Hickory Shorty Lena. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll write that here. And don't have a name for this one. That's on the spreadsheet. Mistroubled Heart. And Carrie Underwood wasted. Coons. Not sure what this one was. We'll figure it out. Kiss on Impulse. I'm a result. I'm a result of an affair. That's not good. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's our top 8. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep.
There's
Cool.
some cute horses.
Very good. Very cute horses there. Let's find the name of this one. No, there's no numbers. Nobody has numbers.
I know, that's fine. I'm surprised they don't do
No back numbers, yeah.
for the horse shows.
Makes it a little bit trickier.
Yeah, that's... from a halter?
Another gelding halter.
Okay. Oh, is it split up into gelding, mare, and all that?
Yep. All right, so that's say it again, Chip. Perfect. There you go. So there's our final placings.
Yay.
Spot and Artifacts, She's a Hot Redhead, Top Notch Socks, Can't Touch My Assets, Hickory Short Alina, Miss Troubled Heart, Say It Again, Chip, and Kissed on Impulse, and I'm a Result of an Affair. So we're here, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. Perfect. Very good. All right. Good class, guys. Good class. So we'll go on to the next one, gelding halter. We'll load up these over here. Bring these in. We're gonna have so much noise. Big class of geldings here. All right, so we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Is that 11? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This shit is rocking. Right there. Perfect. I believe that's everybody. We have 2 of this one. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, we'll get there. Okay, so we'll start with this one. All I ever want, Ryan Schneider. Good presentation here. Initial impressions, horse looks good. Another big, tall gelding here. Prominent withers. Tracks nice, moves nice. Someone said, couldn't figure out what the noise was to begin with. She said, your arm's gonna hate you tomorrow.
It is.
Deb, I do not have your name on this list. Miranda, Emma, Summer, Chelsea, Dawn, Jennifer, Elizabeth, Heather, Bailey, Miranda, Wendy, and Brooklyn. That's the list I have. All right, so exhibitor putting on a show here for us. Do like that. Do like that she's working hard for this class. Horse is set up good. He's a little posty up front. We can go back. We can watch this horse track. Oh, okay. Perfect. Got it. That was what I was missing. Thank you. All right, so horse, good muscling here. Do like the way he's made. Very, very posty, very upright, very like just showy gelding. Maybe a little bit too upright in the front end. He's very, very all-star pizzazz. Yep, perfect. All right, very posty up front. Maybe a little too upright. Would love to see a little bit more angle to those pasterns. He kind of rocks down. For a halter horse, maybe not so much. Love this presentation right here. Love this horse up. Exhibitor very professional, very clean lines. Way she's showing. Again, we're not looking at show clothes here, but the fact that the clothes are tight, they fit. Nothing sloppy about this presentation at all. Horse's neck very clean. Love the way this horse's neck ties in. That's a good, strong start to the class, right? And that kind of bird dog look, right? He's looking out through the halter. Love seeing that. This is very impressive, right? Nice horse. Very nice horse. This side's a little dark, so maybe we'll look at the light side. We can kind of go from there. Nice horse. Very nice. Perfect. So we start this one. Oops. We're too quiet.
10-year-old gelding.
10-year-old gelding. Horse track's good. Good clean stop on him. Just a showmanship guy, right? I'm going to notice those things. So, again, we have a horse, very upright build. Certainly more of that hunter style of horse. Okay, I like he's higher than his withers. Got a pretty hip on him. Really balanced horse here. Yeah, really balanced horse. I like his big, powerful muscle in his shoulders. Good wide back end. See, this is a little bit closer to the setup we're looking for, right? Real straight to the ground. Wide back end, big build, shows off the muscles well. Good setup. So if we pause there, whoop, a little too far. All right, so the neck is a little bit high here. We kind of get a little bit upside down. We get a little too high. We'd like to see more stretch, a little bit cleaner through that throat latch area. The base of his neck. Not as pretty as this one, right? This one's kind of a standout so far, but we are somewhere close to it. I do like the way this horse is made, deep-hearted, nice tuck to him right through there. Looks athletic. Just would love to see that neck be. You're going to have to drop that down a little bit. The higher it gets, the more it's going to turn upside down on you. And that will probably hurt you a little bit. Yeah, see, he wants to pick it up even higher, right?
Thank you.
Pretty front end. This leg kind of hooks in a little bit, whether that's the camera or the way he's set or whatever. Kind of looks like this leg bends out, bows out just a little bit. He kind of hooks. So minor little collar formation fault there. It looks like he wasn't carrying much weight on it. He's about to move it. Yeah, either way. Yeah, and making sure that horse's head stays straight will keep his weight balanced and even between his front feet, right? So if you have a front foot, it's kind of leaning out like that. It's kind of leaning over on his left, about to move his right. It's kind of what this looks like right here. Or I guess it's his right, about to move his left, so he's like this. Looks like that leg's about to take a step out. So if this head stays straight, if he's not kind of playing with your hand, maybe you don't have that issue. But nice horse, though. Too quiet.
Gelding? 12-year-old gelding?
12-year-old gelding. Horse a little resistant for the tracking. I would personally love to see a horse that comes forward a little bit easier. Just as a general rule, being a horse trainer, horseman, and a judge, would love to see that. So again, the setup takes a little bit longer. That's okay. In a regular halter class, you would have time. Hopefully, the horse is being a little bit resistant, right? He's not quite paying attention. A little distracted. It looks like some bugs out flying around. Certainly haven't seen those here yet. It's been a little too cold for that. Good. So she gave us a long time to look at that horse. I really appreciate that as a judge. Stepped out. That's unfortunate. Again, not a penalty. Just fix it quickly so I can get to evaluating this horse. And then this is kind of the disaster situation where he moves his hinds now. I would call that good. Good. So I want to get this horse's attention just a little bit more so he stays a little more focused on his job. Big, pretty back end on him, though. Hocks are a little bit far out behind him. Yeah, and that was kind of because of the way he stepped out. So certainly would love to see this horse be a little more obedient. And there's what happens when our neck gets too high, right? We get a little bit upside down right here, get a little bulge down through there. So I want to see this horse stretch out a little bit more instead of jam up in his neck. Some of that just because nodding is getting in trouble with the chain. But if we want to critique this horse, we want to have to get that fixed so we can judge him a little bit more accurately. Probably going to lose some points here as an exhibitor for having your horse stepping out and stuff like that. As a judge, I have to wait for you to get your horse set. If this was a real class and I was walking around, you're bordering on, like, she recovered quickly there. But the first time I would probably move on and let you come back and give you another chance. The second time, I'm going to look on a little bit further and say, you know, this horse is maybe not ready to focus up for this class. But as it stands, horse is pretty cute. Would love to see just a little bit more here. Good, so this is about where we get him set. This neck probably hurts him the most. If that's anywhere that you're going to critique this horse the most, I would probably say that neck. Just don't love the way that it ties in. A little bit longer horse, a little bit tubey through the middle. Not quite the bold, deep heart girth, and then the tuck through his loin that I'd like to see. And decent hip on him, decent shoulder. Probably somewhere in the middle for me. Not to say we're going to overlook him, but we're hunting for our top so we can kind of divide this class up, right? So we're going to try to find our top 4, try to divide this class up that way, and then kind of sort them out from there. So we'll play this one. I think she said he was 2. It's very windy where Chelsea is. Try to read lips. I think she said he's 2. He looks like he would be 2. Track's nice and free. It's very windy where she is, so we're going to have to give this horse some credit for paying attention when it's super windy like this. She's fixing to blow away. It's terribly windy, I know, I see that. So again, another situation where as a judge, you first set up, I'm going to give you some time. If I look into, say, a young horse and you're taking a lot of time to set him up, probably could look past that a bit, especially given the circumstances of the horse show that you're at. This particular day is very windy, right, for you. Maybe not for other exhibitors, but we could give you more time. So I'm not going to overlook your first setup, right? If he moves out of this one, though, and it takes a long time to get reset, then you're going to lose some points. But as is right now, we'll give you time. We'll take into consideration it's so windy. He's a little close behind. Obviously, he's young, so it's going to be harder to set him up. But he's got some time to fill out yet as he grows and changes, right? And it looks like he's just a touch close behind. Yeah, his hocks are just a little bit close. So being young, right? Being young, they're going to open up and fill out. But we have these hocks kind of twisting in. As a young horse, right? Again, like I said in the other class, a halter guy would twist those hocks out and try to open them up so we have a little bit more space between them. He is very cute. Resting that hind. So here's where our young mind plays into it, right? We're going to have a young horse, more likely to move, and you could stand out with a young horse by having the most broke horse in the class, right? So, he tries to get naughty. So good call on cutting the camera, right? We kind of cheated there. Where our horse is, he's not going to stand anymore, but it doesn't give us a good look at this left side, which is unfortunate. But I see what you did there, cutting the camera. So I'd love to see this horse like stand up. This is a good chain to like maybe put a little bit of pressure on that chain, make him stand up, put some weight on that back end. And I know he's going to move around a lot. So, and he was about over at that point, right? He's done. So we'll evaluate this side. We'll evaluate his good side. We'll kind of try to look past that as much as we can. Given the class is kind of challenging, right? We still have this clear winner to me right here. We'll have to apply accordingly, right? Young horse, we'll try to find the best picture of him that we can. And as a judge, I mean, we're kind of bordering on, did we ever really get this horse set, right? Was there ever a time that he was really like standing still so we could stand back and show him? So keep that in mind when you show. You got to have the judge, like, now it's time to show, right? And it's unfortunate that happened when we're moving around in front of him and it wasn't when we were alongside of him, right? And again, same thing with the regular class. At some point, I have to make the judgment call to say, well, you're out of time, right? Here's probably our best look at this horse. So we'll kind of go back to that from there. We'll take a look at this one. Big, pretty horse here. Wow, and he's like ready to show too. Slick. Didn't hear what she said.
7-year-old.
7-year-old. Okay. So probably the most halter style of gelding we've seen so far. This would be, for you guys that are kind of watching and trying to learn and go along, that's halter right there, right? So now you see huge hip, good set to our hock, posty hocks, thin neck, ties in high, thin throat latch, big powerful shoulder, short back, long underneath. Going to be hard for anybody to compete with this. This is probably, I would imagine this is as close to as specialized for halter as you could get. And this horse, like this is his class, right? So if you have a pleasure horse and you're competing in a halter class, you're going to be beat by halter horses. If this horse were to go in the Western pleasure, he's probably going to get beat by Western pleasure horses. So this is where you see specialization really start to play in. Horse looks out through the halter, really cute. Big, powerful horse. I would say this horse is going to win in halter probably wherever he goes. Going to be very difficult for people to compete with that. So you guys get an idea of what we're talking about here. Now we see the straight-legged horse right here, big, powerful shoulders hanging out. Just that look, right, where he stretches up. So it's cool that we got to see this, right? We talked about it earlier. Talked about what we want to see. We want to see that clean throat latch. We want to see that look, kind of that bird dog, hunting that halter look out in front of him. So very good. Yeah, and that's just impressive, right? So very, very good horse. I would say that this horse probably has competed somewhere other than back home, probably a national level type show horse. You see that higher wither, big round hip, a little bit down on his hocks, right? Maybe, and he's set up well, so that's just kind of the way he is. If you fault this horse anywhere, you could probably fault his hocks to say that he could be a little bit postier, but we've got a good clean front end, big powerful shoulder, good slope to him. Love his neck, right? That's impressive. That's breeding, right? That's not much that you're going to be able to do. As far as fitting your horse goes, that's just in his bloodlines. He's just made to be this impressive, right? Good, so maybe a touch narrow set behind. Probably not a huge deal, but just a touch narrow compared to our front feet. Our front feet are set a little bit wider. Would open up these hocks just a little bit more. You see that hip hanging over his back end, big powerful gaskin on him. Nice horse. And there coming around, you see where you just had a little bit better setup on this side, where that hock was just a little bit straighter. But his front feet are really good, so you can't really move those much to fix his hock. You have lots of hip to work with, so I'd probably take the deduction there and say that this is probably as good a set as we could get on this horse. If anything, maybe he looks through that just a touch more and kind of leans up into it, and you get just that touch, that little more angle that you're looking for. But I mean, that's impressive, right? So we could say this is kind of the top of the class that we're looking for out of all the horses that we've seen so far today. We'll maybe try to get there. So I guess we can go just a little bit further so we see everything. All right, so we'll move that one up here. So you can see where I certainly have my style of horse that I'm looking for. I certainly, coming from a halter background, right, we did paint horses, got to show with Clint Fullerton and Owen Parker a lot. So got to really get an in-depth look into halter. It's one of my favorite classes. So that's our winner so far, and here's our second place so far. You have another big halter gelding here, so maybe this class heats up a little bit. Maybe we get some competition going here. Another real big halter horse, very deep heart girth and very good tuck to him. So just kind of seeing him from afar, another really nice horse here. Good horse sets quickly. Impressive look there, right? So he set quickly and he got his eyes up. He got to showing right away. Nice halter horses here. So see, here you see that exhibitor touching that shoulder and working that foot, right? So that's kind of what I was talking about earlier, where we would touch their shoulder, maybe a little higher to get them set a little bit better. That way we don't move. Now this horse set a little close for me, right? If we were to critique him against the other horse, we got a lot more laid down in our hocks, but we have this massive hip. This back end's kind of leaning down. So we can certainly get this horse to rock up. Maybe he'll fix that as we go around here. But we have that really cool look where he looks through that halter. And really clean neck. For you guys who are submitting videos later on, let's please go landscape mode not portrait mode, right? No vertical video. If movie theaters look like this, they'd be 80 feet tall and 20 feet wide, right? So there's a reason why everything's widescreen. We want to go 80 feet wide, 20 feet tall. Let's use this whole picture so we can really get a good look at this horse. Kind of hard here because we're looking at, they know, right? They're like, oh, look how impressive that hip is. But I want to see that whole horse profile, right? I know that hip is impressive, but I also know based on the little bit that I got to see, that this horse could stand up just a little bit more, right? He's leaning down just a little bit. And these hocks kind of come in a little bit, would like to see a little bit wider setup here, maybe straighten these hocks out, might help him a little bit from there. Really impressive horse though. Probably because of those things, like I would love to see this horse set up the same way as this one, right? Where I like this gelding just a little bit more. This horse is a little bit more extreme, but I don't appreciate the setup as much. His front feet are underneath of him, or he's just kind of on a teacup, right? Really impressive neck on this horse though. Really love the way he looks up, gorgeous headed. And there, because he's set up underneath of himself, right, you see those knees get a little bit shaky. And that's a big penalty for me. Those front feet get a little bit wobbly. I don't know for sure if they would be wobbly if he was set up square, but in the way that he's set up with these front feet underneath him, he's having a hard time locking those knees in. And that's going to be a penalty for sure. So we could call this our setup. We can kind of evaluate from here. He's certainly impressive. He's kind of freaky compared to this one. I like this one. It's just a little more balanced for me. Maybe not quite as extreme, but we don't. We have just a little bit better setup in the other one, right? But a nice horse, really nice horse. So he's certainly going to be in one of our top over there. We can start this one. Get some volume. Missed it.
Bailey is 13.
13, okay. Track's good and clean. Like how he looks up through the halter, right? I really like that look. He's kind of looking through. Talk about that a lot. Just makes for an impressive picture. Again, just those small things, right? Those small things make all the difference in the world, especially when the class is tight, right? Maybe it doesn't win you the class, but it will make you the difference between like 4th and 5th, 3rd and 4th, right? All right, so we have a long neck on this horse, maybe a touch. It's pretty clean. Not necessarily upside down, but a long neck on this horse, not nearly as freaky as some of the other ones that we've seen. Big, powerful hip on this horse, a little bit long through here. He gets a little bit tubey in his body. Would like to see a deeper heart girth. And there's just not much definition between here and here, right? So that's, we call that tubey, where I would want to see one more like you see a deeper heart girth to a nice tuck, and then this one, deep heart girth to a nice tuck. He's a little bit tubey compared to this one, right? Huge heart girth, good tuck on him. This is why I said this one's just a little bit more freaky, but the setup really hurts us on this one. So we'll go back. A good setup on this one. Pretty balanced. Legs look fairly straight. And just a little off balance, right? This hip is a little higher than our wither. And that's probably going to hurt us the most on this horse. Outside right toe might curl in just a little bit, maybe a little pigeon-toed, right? Not quite as straight. Kind of hooks out and then back in across here. Toes are a little bit long though, so maybe if you tighten up on these toes with your shoer, you wouldn't have quite that big an issue. Something I noticed is just coming around. Good, pretty horse though. Pretty horse. So then we'll go back to here. We'll see him profile. Good. That's probably our best look at him. Like I said, probably the biggest thing that hurts me at this horse is this little tubiness through the middle. Would like to see a little bit stronger, a little more balanced. Want this wither to catch up to this hip. And hard to tell his hocks with the wind. We're kind of blowing. Maybe we can see him on the other side. They look fine. is not bad, not bad. Probably somewhere in the middle for me, right? We have our top picked out, so we're gonna leave this one somewhere in the middle. Move on to the next one. Horse track's good. So here we see that really prominent wither, right? Horse is deep-hearted, nice tuck to him. Hopefully we get a little closer. It's kind of far away. Takes a little bit to set up. And you see where I kind of like, I had that clock going in my head, right? Where I'm like, okay, kind of bordering on. This has been 10, 15 seconds. Now we're kind of taking a little while. And then, so see where like the judge started moving, or the ring steward, exhibitor, cameraman started moving before we were set. So I want to make sure we get set, get a chance to step back, take a look at this horse. Neck is cut off here. Again, the problem with vertical video, right? Don't take vertical video, please. Can't see anything. All right, so we can kind of try to pause this. So you see, like as an exhibitor now, as you're making me work hard, right? So instead of being presented with a good, clean, easy picture like these, right? Now you're making me work for it. All right, and I'm not going to say I'm irritated, but it does take longer, so now I have to try to find it. If this is a regular class too, now you're making me work for it. You're making me have to search for how is your horse, and I don't necessarily want to have to do that. All right, so not to say that I'm lazy or whatever, but we never really get a good look at this horse, which is unfortunate because he does look like he's a nice horse. This is probably our best look, but we lose his throat latch. We can't really see that here. And we can't really see his hip either. So that's the problem with vertical video. It just causes a lot of problems for trying to get a whole look, whole picture idea, right? So we don't see that in these ones, where now we can take a look at, say, the vertical video. But he fit, right? He fit in the whole frame. He was far enough away. Yeah, something to keep in mind when you're going along. Try to get a pause on this one so I come back to it. Oops. Perfect. All right, so we're going to try to evaluate this one the best we can. He's higher in his wither than his hip. We saw that. A little bit lacking in his hip department. Maybe doesn't have the big, powerful muscle that we're looking for. He's not quite as impressive from this side, whether that's a camera trick or camera angle or whatever, but he looked more impressive when he was further away, where we saw that deeper heart girth and a little bit cleaner tuck, but he certainly has it compared to some of these other ones, right? He's got that good deep heart girth to a nice tuck on him. You don't see that quite so much in some of these other ones. Like this one gets a little bit tubey through the middle, so we'll call him somewhere in the middle as well. Move on to this one. Did I see this one? Yes, I did. I have two of those. All right, this one. They look familiar. Horse track's a little unhappy. Again, things you just notice right away, right? All right, so this setup, this kind of hurts us, right? So this horse kind of lays down in his hocks. So we'll get to see two extremes here. We see a really posty hock and then one that kind of lays down. So his hocks kind of curl in, right? You kind of see that tuck into his midline. Would like to see those hocks open up, especially this one over here. Some of that could have to do with our setup. Some of it could have to do with how he's made. But here we have just a lot more angle to our hocks than one like these, right? Where they stand a little bit straighter up and down. This one gets a little bit laying down as well, but some of that has to do with the setup, right? So we see a lot straighter hock in this one. So if we're comparing the two, we have one that just kind of lays down just a touch more, right? Compact horse though, right? I really like how balanced he is. He's got just as big a hip as his shoulder, higher in his wither, clean neck. Probably a competitor for one of our like 4th or 5th spots behind some of these other ones, based on what we've seen so far. A little close up front could open up this front a little bit and help that horse be just a little bit wider made. Based on how he's set here, he looks a little bit narrow. Whoops. the end of our video. All right. So I kind of like him better. Yeah, so see the difference here, right? When that tail is not in the way, here we have just a severe bow down on those hocks, right? So look how different that horse looks left to right when you compare the two sides. You go here, right? This just looks like a lot different horse to me. That tail covers up a bit, covers up the point of his hock, so I can't really see that tuck to him. But you just set just a little bit rock back too much. If you pull this horse forward a little bit, maybe you get a little bit better look in your back end. And when the classes get tight, when the competition gets a little bit stiffer, those little differences make a big change in your horse, right? So here, these hocks are laying down pretty severely. We want to bring this horse forward just a little bit, have him kind of lean up into that, and it would help a lot. Maybe don't change where his front feet are. Maybe you could pull him forward maybe a quarter inch or something to help that back end. But just kind of loses some in the back end for me. Really like his front end, though. Really like his withers, heart girth. His neck is clean. His shoulder's good. Perfect. So we're going to be probably somewhere like up here. Is Tiny Tot's not a different halter class, right? It's the same. Okay. This is Tiny Tot gelding halter. 7-year-old gelding here. We've even got some judges sitting down in the middle. All right, so the only problem that I have here, we're moving around, but I can't tell if she's done or not, right? So she's still kind of in the zone of looking at her horse, not really showing. Yeah, it's her first show. So if I want to critique her, and she's a Tiny Tot, right? So we're going to say, we're going to give her some leeway here. But as a general rule, when you're done setting your horse up, you want to step back and be proud of your horse, right? So step back and say, hey, here's my horse. Here's what I've got. I love this horse. I love this animal. I hope you love him too, right? That's kind of the message you want to send to the middle, message you want to send to the judge. And see, like if I didn't have the chat here, I don't know that, right? And I say, well, maybe she's not done setting up, right? Maybe I don't know. There we go. So now she takes a step back. Oh, maybe. And she kind of says, hey, here's my horse. And that's the thing. Like as a judge, we don't know these horses' background. We don't know the exhibitor's background. So we still look like we're in active setup mode, right? And again, for halter, it doesn't really matter how you stand. I'm just saying it would add to the overall picture if we could stand back and say, here's my horse. Okay, and there's just things that stand out, right? You go as a judge, you go, okay, so she's setting her horse up. Is she done? Should I start walking around? Like, am I ready to be judged? You want to send a clear message to the judge. Here we go. This is a good horse, right? Maybe lacking a bit in the hip department. Would like to see a little bit rounder hip here. It's a good setup for him, though. Like, everything's balanced. I like his neck. It ties in really low, but it's clean. And he looks through the halter nice. Deep-hearted, but maybe a little less tucked than we'd like to see. He's a little bit longer through here. This is probably the weakest area of our horse. Would want to see a little bit round hip, but a good setup for him. That's what, as I said, like it's a good setup. It's a nice horse. Be proud of him. Step back. But Brooklyn did a great job. He's perfectly set the way we'd like to see one. He looks like a great little citizen. But have confidence. Have confidence. You're doing great. So this is, he could probably stand to pick his head up a little bit. I know she's a little nervous to show here. But would like to see that horse come up a little bit, pick his neck up, get a little bit higher, get a little bit more proud. It's not necessarily showmanship, right? So remember, even the setup part, showmanship at halter. So I want to see that horse like show, right? I'm a big guy on showing. So I want to see that horse show. I want to see him get impressive. But this horse, probably somewhere towards the middle of our class. Going to be in the middle 50% just because it doesn't have quite the hip that I'd like to see. Just want to see a little bit more balance in this horse. Nice horse, yes. Very nice horse. All right. Courtney, I wish you could participate too. Let's see, what did she say?
3.
It's 3, okay.
What's his age? 3.
So for 3-year-old gelding here. So again, I don't mind my handler hand setting my horse, but personally, from a training standpoint, I'd like to see that hand across the wither. I think you'll have better luck. All right, so what do we have here? We can evaluate. Maybe she's not done fixing. Oh, we got a nice little dishy face to him. Looks like a nice horse. This right hind is a little bit further forward than our left hind. Probably could stand, and that's going to make a big difference when it comes to left to right side of our horse, right? When we compare this side versus the other side, having your hinds offset makes it a little bit harder to tell. I don't love the way this horse's chest is, right? He kind of hangs down here. I'd like to see a little bit cleaner line through here. Again, straightening that horse's head out will help us get a good idea of that profile. A big, pretty hip on him, though. I do like the way his hip is. There we go. That's what we're looking for. But I'd love to see that camera just slide over a little bit. If I was judging, I wouldn't want to judge him from off to the side like this. And this is, we talked about this earlier. Wouldn't want to judge this horse from off to the side like that. Would like to see this horse, like this is impressive side, right? So this is a better setup than the other way. We'll give our exhibitors the benefit of the doubt here. But so we just have, like, if these legs split the difference, if the outside hind came forward and your inside hind came back, you'd have a really good setup here. But I do like this horse. He's deep-hearted. Nice tuck to him. But what a difference, right? If you compare left to right side. Like, I don't love him here on this side at all, and he's in the shadows and stuff, but we have a lot different look when it comes to the other side. So, cool. So he's going to be somewhere around here in the middle. So we'll kind of sort this out now. I think we have everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I have one more over here, I believe. This one. Don't have this one, right? All-Star Pizzazz. Yes. Perfect. Horse track's nice and free for me. I like it. Beach to it, Chrissy. Beach to it, Kirsty. Kind of an awkward place to set up in the arena. We're not going to be able to get very far away from him on this other side because we're kind of pinched up on a wall. Using a wide angle lens, it looks like here, which kind of like fisheye look, makes things a little bit awkward. And just being someone that does a lot with cameras and stuff, kind of noticed that. All right, so we'll go back. So don't love the way this horse's neck is set, right? It's high, which would be nice normally, but he stretches it out too much, and then it kind of loses its shape, right? We kind of get a little upside down over the top, kind of lose that hook, that look that we're going for. Stays clean underneath and it flattens out his throat latch, but he's just stretching too far for me. Again, that fisheye kind of distorts the picture a little bit, and we don't really get a good look at his hocks. They do look like they're laying down a little bit, though. It looks like we have a little bit of angle here. Looks like we have a pretty hip, though. I wish we could see better. Kind of a learning curve of online horse showing, right? We're all learning how to video and do all that stuff. Yeah, so see, we have a little bit more set to our hocks. A big, pretty hip, though. Kind of a tight set, kind of front and back tight set. Here's probably our best look at this horse. If we go, maybe we see just a little better. Right here's probably our best look. Maybe just a touch back. Right there, right before we lose this hip out of frame. So there you can see this hock really laying down. Right hock, or left hock kind of severely laying down compared to the other one. When trying away from a judge, do I want to see a horse that moves out like a jog, like showmanship? Doesn't really matter to me either way. I just want a horse to... it's got to track clean, right? So I don't want to see any lameness. And then I want to see a horse that just freely moves, right? Regardless of whether he's a halter horse or he's a riding horse, I want to see a pleasant, free, moving horse. If he looks tight, if he looks stiff, that's certainly something I would notice, but not necessarily like, oh, he's like moving, right? You don't have to long trot or anything like that. Just something that I can evaluate. Is your horse pleasant to watch, right? So we will freeze this one here. We'll kind of evaluate. This neck really hurts him for me. I don't love this neck, that it turns upside down like that. And some of that has to do with the height of his neck. Some of it has to do with the length of his neck. But that's just not a great setup in a horse that we have some things that we can pick apart already, right? We can say, I don't love his back end. I love his hip, but I don't like the way he's set behind. We want those hinds to be a little bit straighter so we can get a little bit more of that posty hawk look. And it's just kind of hard to tell from this camera angle. Business-like walk always, Dixie. Always business-like walk. All right. So we have, let's sort through our tops here. Let's kind of go through, we'll take a look at each one. We'll make sure that our overall organization is good. We'll move this one somewhere closer up. Move this one somewhere closer down, just because it's hard to tell. This one we want to see profile. Good, so this front foot's just a little bit further forward. He's gonna be somewhere right there. This one's very, very pretty. Again, that vertical video makes it hard to tell. Do like this one. All right. So we can kind of shuffle these around, and this would be if I was pulling horses out into a lineup, right? We're gonna kind of go back and forth, and we'll take a look at all of these. Let's back this one up just a little bit. All right. Going to move him up a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to say that for my top three, these are easily my top three, probably top four right here. I'm going to say though, this horse is probably the best horse, right? Like on a given day, this is probably the best horse. But given how he's set here, I don't like him as much as this one. Right, so this is probably the better horse, but given how he's set, he's a little bit shaking those legs, and he's laying down a little bit, and I don't love the way his back end looks from here. He's a little bit too narrow behind. As far as build and body goes, though, this one's really impressive. But I'm going to have to hit you based on how you showed today, and I'm going to say, like, I don't love this look, right? I want to see this hock open up. I want to see this leg be straight. But build-wise, you probably have the better horse. But as shown here, I don't like him as much, right? Because I'm going to fault you for that front foot. I'm going to fault you for that setup. So I'm probably going to have to go this one first, right? So let's lock him in. Make sure I have this one. It's old. Where did my spreadsheet go? Right here. Nope. Where did my spreadsheet? There we go. There we go. All right, so we can go gelding halter. So I'm gonna go this one. Oh, I wish people put their names. Oh, there we go. I see employment. We're gonna go I see employment first. Nice horse, Don. Very nice horse. And then I'm gonna decide between these two. So it's gonna be All I Ever Want or this one. And again, like I said, I really like this horse, but I'm going to have to fault you for the way he's set, right? I'm going to have to fault you for those shaky front feet. I'm going to have to fault you for the way he looks on this side, right? And some of that, the limitations of our video, so it's going to be a toss-up between these two. I guess I'm going to have to go with this one next. I don't want to. I don't love it, right? But this horse just doesn't have enough hip for me to be able to compete with something like this. But I would say that if you have this one set differently, you probably win this on a different day. But as it stands right now, you're going to be second to this horse for me. Yep. All right, so that's Liz Sand. Let me go here. Put this here. So that one is Liz Sand. Don't see Elizabeth Sand. Excuse me. Excuse me. So you're going to be second. And that's a halter breeding, right? So you recognize the Coos line. Coosa. Yeah, perfect. So then you're going to be third. Miranda. Do really like this horse, though. Whoops. If it were a performance halter class, probably going to win that one. But as it stands right now, we're going to call you third. Because I really like this horse's neck, right? Really clean through his throat latch. Good high wither. Just want to see more hip on him. That's all. Just want to see more hip. But it's going to be tough to compete against these true blue halter horses, right? So we're going to call her third. We're going to flip through these other ones. And we're going to say between Emma Wheaton and Barling Scott Spats. So probably going to be, this is a 3-year-old too, so we're going to take that into consideration. This horse a little bit upright for me, a little bit too upright. Very welcome, Dawn. Nice horse. Yes, this one gets a little busted down his neck. So I'm going to say this one's next. We'd love to see a little bit more effort out of our showman here. Just a little bit, be a little bit more proud of your horse, right? He is a nice horse. You are sitting pretty high in this class so far. Be proud of it, right? This is a horse show. We all love our horses here, so be really proud of him. Be confident in what you have. Maybe not. Maybe we're going to be somewhere down here, a little bit closer. So let's move this up here. I did not like this horse on this side. And some of that has to do with his setup, some of that has to do with his chest, I didn't like the way his chest ties in. So we're going to be... Next going to hurt that one. So we're going to go with Wendy next. Good and Rageous next. Do like this gelding a lot. Round hip. Hock lays down just a touch. But deep-hearted. Do like that. Yeah. Good and Rageous is going to be fourth. This is a nice horse, but I wish I could have seen him more of him, right? Like I just can't see much and tell much from that angle, that picture. So yeah, then we're going to go with this one. I'm a Hot Ace is going to be fifth. I do like this horse, but I just wish his neck tied in a little bit cleaner. But overall, good hock, good presentation, deep-hearted, good tuck to him, short back. I like him. So Kirsty, I see you putting these in. Perfect. So we have this one fifth. I'm a Hot Ace. Perfect. So then we're going to go with, I like this side of this horse better. And look what a difference, right? You go on this side, you really like this horse. We go on the other side, we don't like him as much. So we're probably going to give him, maybe a toss-up between these two. I'm going to go with this one next. We're going to go with this Chevy's Rockin' next. And these two are tight for me. This is close for me. Just because this is kind of hard to tell. We can get an idea of his front end here. A little longer necked. No, I'm going to have to do this one. We're going to go Barling Scott Spats next. Is that his name? Barling Scott Spats. Yep. If you can keep up with me, Kirsty. So Barling Scott Spats next. Going to be sixth for me. Just because, and again, so like it might go differently on a different day, but hard to tell with this camera work where we're at. And these two are going to be a toss-up for me. These three probably go back and forth. We're going to go... Yeah, she didn't really get him set, right? She really struggled. So we're going to go with this one, this Chevy's Rockin' next, and then we're going to go with this one, the Tiny Tot. She did a good job. Just be confident with your horse. This one's off balance a little bit, really hurt him. Just the fact that he's so downhill, right? This one just kind of 2B down to the middle. Didn't like the way this horse is set with his neck. And then this one we never really got a good look at, but didn't like this one's neck, and he kind of laid down his neck, his hocks. But a good, pretty hip on this horse. It's a shame that we couldn't really get a good look at him. Yeah, so that's where we're gonna go. So our Tiny Tot, Brooklyn Palmer, right there, and then one hot dog next. So that's gonna be first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, right there. With an honorable mention to our young horse, right? Because he's a cute horse, but we didn't get a good look at him. So for these horses, let's just make sure that we get a little bit cleaner setups, we get a little bit cleaner lines going through. And then this horse is a nice horse. He's probably a toss-up, but we didn't get a good look at him. So yeah, awesome. Very nice class, guys. These 3-4 horses up here, really cute horses. These three especially, the three standouts in this class. Top three, very, very close. Like I said, this horse probably the better horse of the three, but given how he showed today, this one's gonna win out. Awesome. Very nice job, guys. Very nice job. We have some victory music. Dun, 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 dun. Perfect. All right, so we got our pony halter next. We should mute these with 2 entries in this class. The showdown, the pony halter. Five-year-old POA mare. You're very welcome, Deb. I'll mute this. It's a little too windy. Everybody out there showing the wind. I give you guys credit. Give you guys credit. Cute pony time. That's right. Oh, it's unfortunate we didn't get this pony set. Again, you have lots of time, right? Take your time, get this pony set. I'd like to see those hinds gathered up a little bit. Cute horse, though. Really cute pony. I like the way she shows, right? She looks through the halter. So yeah, and see that like now we can't really get a good look at this hock because that leg isn't underneath of us, right? So gonna be hard to tell from this video, right? And there's only 2 in the class, so that's gonna make a big difference based on what kind of look we can get, right? So let's see this one. 6-year-old. It's a big pony. A good setup. Good, so I like this horse change her expression, right? So I was gonna say something about the way she's laying her ears back right here, but she flips her ears around, gets a good look right there. That's a good freeze frame, right? So when I'm watching and I'm going to judge my class, I'm saying, you know what? I've got a good long look at that horse to say, you know what, I like it or I don't like it, whatever the case may be, but I have time now to tell if that horse will freeze and frame and just kind of stand and hang around. You're very welcome, Dixie. Nice horse, though. I like this. Or pony, I should say. Nice pony. Wide set. A little wide set, right? We can get this a little bit tighter together. Wouldn't mind seeing this leg be a little bit more in line. We're pretty far apart right there. We could get a little bit more impressive hip from the back if we bring those legs in a little bit tighter, which would give us more muscling hanging off the sides. Cute pony, though. Very cute pony. Yes, great job, guys. So right through here, depending on how we look at this horse, if we say, okay, well, if we compare this side, and again, it's hard because we didn't really get a great setup here. So hard to compare the two. I do like the way this pony's neck ties in. So for our cameramen, make sure that we stand still, let the judge get a good look so I don't have to hunt for a good pause. Small, but worth it. All right, so this is probably our best look. She's still kind of busy. There we go. All right, so we have the 2. I'm probably gonna have to go with this one as my winner, just because we are set better. It's really balanced overall. Big hip on her. Hocks are pretty clean. Front end's very straight. Neck ties in good. Thin through the throat latch. A little bit downhill. I do like this one. Just unfortunate we didn't get a great setup here for these 2. So we never really got a great look at her. There's probably our best look. Yeah, so probably have to go with Ariana first and then Grace second. Nice ponies, guys. Nice job. Nice job. Just work on this setup, Grace. Let's get this set up a little more accurate so we can get a better look, and we can kind of go from there. Two nice ponies, though. Did you like the way this neck ties in, right? It comes out really clean right through there. Cool. Good job, guys. All right, we'll do our mini halter. Oh my gosh. It's adorable. How can you not? How can you not love minis, right? How can you not just smile when you see them? Makes my heart happy. Very welcome, Casey. Very welcome. Yeah, a lot of people don't understand halter, at least not in this depth, right? So when you start watching halter like this, you
Midnight Desert Storm, 5-year-old gelding.
5-year-old gelding. So when you start watching halter like this, the class gets certainly more exciting than if you're just watching people set up out there and struggle.
Trot, trot. Trot, trot.
And what a gorgeous place to live, right? Adorable, I know. Shut it down, they're too cute. I know. Kudos to the pony for tracking that good through these rocks too. I mean, that's not easy. They're mini, this little mini, tracking through those rocks. He's really cute. Don't necessarily want to see him get dropped here. Want to see him stay tucked up a little bit tighter. And get flagged on YouTube for being inappropriate. So a nice pony though, or a nice little mini. Really cute horse. I like the way he looks through the halter. I want to see his head stay a little bit straighter. Don't want to see him necessarily watch me the whole time, but he's got those ears forward. Looks really good. Cute horse. All right, we have this one.
14-year-old mini mare.
14-year-old mini mare. Love the mountains in the background. I know, right? Then like every time. Yeah, that's hard, right? We don't want to have him drop in the class. Again, it's not like a monster penalty, but it is something that we don't want to see. So we watched this exhibitor earlier in the showmanship, or the halter too, with the mares. Again, take your time, right? Take your time and set it up. Don't be afraid. How cute would a fake tail be, right? And make sure it stands straight. So they just stepped out on you right there, right? Don't be afraid to fix that. Don't be afraid to fix that. Even if the judge is right there, don't be afraid to fix that. So a little bit different setup here would maybe gather up this hind leg a little bit more. And maybe gather this leg up just a little bit more so it's not quite so like crooked right there. Because when she stepped back, she just kind of stepped back wide, which kind of left our hocks close together, right? We end up kind of close with our feet, that this leg's just kind of out of position. So that's what I was referring to, and I said just make sure that they're set. So then when she steps forward out of this leg, it just kind of messes with the whole picture. Cute mini though. Cool.
Otis is 17.
Otis is 17. Is that his name? Is Otis? A little indecisiveness there. want to work on those squares, right? So that way the judge doesn't get distracted by you. So especially when we set our horses up, right? We don't want to get distracted by our exhibitor. And Tia, what I would do is I would just make sure he focuses up on that class a little bit more, right? So if he's watching, staring down the cameraman, he's not necessarily focused on his job, right? He's kind of looking around. So I would say that we have to make sure he stays focused on his task at hand, right? So if he's out there kind of, his mind's wandering, then he's not really focused up. And I know with the mini, it's gonna be a little bit harder because they tend to do what they want to do regardless, right? But making sure he stays focused, I think, would help a lot with that. And it's just gonna be kind of an overall, the way you handle him, making sure that he just worries about what you're doing rather than what's going on around him. Yeah, the end of the leather lead certainly is one way to go about it. All right, so adorable little mini here. Yeah, so the biggest thing about this one, it's a nice horse, right? Not really nice mini, but our exhibitor gets a little bit distracting as far as for the judging process because I'm like, what's she doing? What's going on back there, right? There's something happening that I keep getting my eyes taken away by kind of our indecisiveness of our exhibitor. So that certainly could help the picture a little bit because I just get distracted. And then making sure if you're thinking about your quadrants, right? If you're thinking about your quadrant system for your horse, here is where, because I'm even at that horse's shoulder, you'd want to cross over the other side just so I can get a good look at everything, right? If you're kind of standing on this side, I can't see the horse's head, and it's hard to tell. So now we have to kind of search for a good spot to take a look at this horse, because we just get a little bit covered. Like right here, we don't want to cross over on this side as we're coming over here because then I can't really see. But this is probably the best look that we have. All right, Scooby.
Stop. Whoa. How old is your horse?
19 years old.
19 years old.
Talk to the phone. Stop.
I love it. I love it. The future of the industry right here. I'm not sure if he's still talking. Whoa, Scooby, no, no, Scooby. Scooby's eating. He has missed a few meals though, so that explains why he was starving in this video. Adorable little guys. Let's go ahead and we'll take a look at his best setup here. Now we could call that a loss of control, right? So because we are eating grass, we may have to call that a loss of control. We did get his head up there. So we were working to regain control, but unfortunately today, eating grass, probably not gonna work. The competition is too stiff, right? The competition is just too stiff that eating grass is not gonna cut it today. So even though he is adorable, and Caden, you did an amazing job. Unfortunately, probably not gonna have to work today. So then we'll compare these ones. So I really like this one. Let's get some profiles of all of these. Maybe there's probably our best profile. Here's probably our best profile. And this is an amazing camera that you have here. The depth of field and everything, that is impressive. All right, so we'll say that this is probably our best look at this little guy. So an impressive little horse, right? We're really strong over our top line. A good hip, strong hocks. This one also. This one, probably have to remember that this one, when we saw it from behind, these hocks are pretty close together. Yeah, this one's just a little bit straighter. So then we can compare it to this one. A little bit flatter hip on this one, not quite as round. Whereas this one, we get a little bit more of that roundness. So we're probably going to go with this one as our winner, right? Tia as our winner, because I do like this horse. I do like the presentation here. Strong across his back end, neck ties in good. Wish he held his head straighter, right? I do wish that. But I do like his hocks, right? I do like they're straight. And I like that he's fit up, right? He's ready to show. Yeah. So that's probably our winner. We're going to go with that one, and then we're going to decide between these two, and then Caden, you're going to bring up the rear. Your horse is adorable. You've done an amazing job. Just make sure you keep control of him, buddy. You're doing a great job. Really nice little guy. Perfect. Gold star. Yeah, no kidding. So we're going to decide with this one and this one. I want to take a look at this one from the back because that's probably going to be our tiebreaker deal. So we take a look here. Yeah, so this one just a little bit cleaner through its hocks. Like I said, this one gets a little bit close behind, and we can take a look at the profiling. And again, halter doesn't necessarily matter where you are, right? Just want to get a clear view of our horse. So this one, a little bit high in its neck, right? Kind of gets a little bit upside down. This one a little bit cleaner through there. Maybe not. Kind of the way it looks, right? Weird angles. All right, so we're probably going to go with this one next. I do like this one, the way his hip ties in. I do like the way his hocks tie in. Really clean front end. If we're going to try to get more out of the performance of this horse, let's make sure that leg stays in line. But we certainly can't fault you for your setup, and we still have this one that we're working on the setup, right? Just because this was distracting. But those are close, right? Those two are not that far off. So you're one placing away, but the same kind of setup here, we're a little bit off behind, So we could argue that we like this one a little bit better on the other side. Those are close. I like this one. It's a little bit more compact. This one gets a little bit longer. So we're going to say this one's second. I'll put this in. I don't know if Kiersey's here anymore, so we'll go ahead and judge these. So Tia, you're going to be up first here. We're going to be, who is this? Lynn, you're going to be second. Serene, you're going to be third, and Caden, you're going to be fourth. Nice job, guys. Very good. Very good. So yeah, and then Serene, just make sure that when you set your horse, let's get set and let's figure out our quadrants so we can show this off a little bit more clearly. But certainly a tough class. These two probably go back and forth a lot for me, right? Like on any given day, you're probably going to compete pretty evenly with this one, I would say. I just like this one's hip a little better. I like this tighter back end. We get a little long. We're in a little bit flat through here. And then Caden, you got a really nice horse there. Just want to make sure that we get set, we stay in control because we're definitely competitive in this class. Just want to make sure we maintain the food intake. But you did a great job, buddy. Did a great job. Everybody did a great job. Very nice halter horses. I believe that's all for our halter. Do you believe? Yes, that's all for our halter. So I'm going to take a little break, and then we'll come back, and we will do some lunge line, and then we'll get into showmanship. Sound good? Awesome. So we'll take maybe a 5-minute break. We'll come back, and we'll do some other classes. Thanks so much, guys. All right, we're back. So I don't know if that was 5 minutes or not, but I just had to get myself a Diet Pepsi. So shout out to Diet Pepsi. So we're gonna pick back up with I'm just gonna work my way down through this little spreadsheet here. So we have our spreadsheet. So we're gonna pick up with the yearling lunge line. I'm not sure if there's a show bill for this or not, but we'll just work our way down this way. We'll kind of go from there. So we have 2 in the yearling lunge line. So we can load both of these up and we can bring them over. And we'll kind of go from here. Kind of a sad time of year, right? We don't get to show our yearlings anywhere. That's unfortunate. So great halter classes. I hope that helped you guys understand what we're trying to do. You're very welcome, Tia. That's awesome. You've done a first year showing my boy. You did some last year, nothing crazy, trying all sorts of different stuff. That's great. So welcome to the show world. Really cute horse. Beautiful place. Where are you from? That's got to be somewhere out west, right? Somewhere in Utah or something. California. Beautiful place. That was fun. That was really fun. I like the halter stuff a lot. All right. So we'll do lunge line, and then we'll do, what do we have? We have lunge line, we'll do lead line, and then we'll get into showmanship. We'll save a sick horse for that. We'll do all the tiny tot stuff, I suppose. Is that how it's going to be? Yes, I have all the tiny tot here. How do I do this? We'll do lunge line, then we'll start running through some showmanship. We'll start with tiny tot, we'll go across. Tiny tot, novice, children's. We'll go that way. Perfect. All right. From Phoenix. Wow, that's gorgeous. All right. So we have a yearling lunge line, radar. We'll go from here. Now I can sit back and relax a little bit, right? Washington. Yeah, it's gorgeous out there. So we can watch full screen on this one. Sit back and enjoy the show. So conformationally, neck ties in a little bit high here. Would like to see that neck drop down a little bit. Kind of evaluate here. And this is the halter portion of the class, right? So I do want to see a good setup here. I do want to be able to evaluate your horse just like you saw me doing with the halter portion of the last couple classes. So getting a good setup here. Getting a good look at your horse is important, all right? So make sure we get him set and get this neck down a little bit so he doesn't look quite so periscopy with his neck, right? Kind of shoots up straight out of his shoulders. And the yearlings, so they're not going to be totally balanced, but we don't want to see this kind of top line where we're kind of on the roller coaster here. But getting his legs set. Make sure that judge gets a good look at him, okay? All right, so I would say for future reference, when you're filming this class, let's make sure that our ring steward cameraman gets set before we get too carried away. And we try to hold this as steady as possible. Tripods are nice. Cute jogger. Little stumble there, not a big deal. Stands up in his front end really good. I like his front end a lot. Back end kind of gets a little bit quick, but I do like the way he stands up in his front end. I'm not sure how we were doing on time, if we could have gone longer or not. I guess you should watch that. Good. As long as we see every gear, I suppose. Q-Trot transitions are a little sloppy. Probably could make him lope a little bit cleaner if our transitions were a little bit cleaner. And we do have a little bit of braceness in there, right? So we could watch this horse. We could say he's a little bit stiff behind. We could get this horse to step up a little bit cleaner behind if he wasn't kind of leaning on us, right? So making sure that this horse holds his circle on his own, really important. We don't want him to be leaning on us in the circle. And we kind of see that abrasiveness right there. See, he kind of stumble. He kind of pulls on us coming around there. He's kind of drifting out. So I want to see somebody hold the ground right here. That horse hold his circle around us. It'll be easier to tell what kind of mover we have. It won't look like he's kind of sliding out behind, kind of spinning out. He'll be able to hold that hip on the inside by himself, which will let him carry himself around more balanced. We won't have those kind of scrambly transitions, right? All right, good. Let's see our next one. 2 in this class, I believe. Yes, just 2 in here.
Lunge line. Quarter horse.
Lonely little guy. All right, so again, setups are important here, right? So we can get our yearlings broke, we can get them to set up. And it will be really important that we be able to get a good setup in here, because we want to be able to identify our horse. So here, we've got that head kind of high, our horse is kind of looking around, not quite focused. We do want to work with our yearlings a little bit, and we do want to make sure that they focus in the class. And remember, this is our foundation for our riding stuff, right? So a good lunge liner should be able to transition to a good riding horse. So this is, you're putting the discipline in on your young horse that's going to last the rest of his life. So if he goes from here into a riding horse, we'll want that transition to be as smooth as possible. And I always think, like, we're kind of evaluating these horses. We're trying to figure out, like, will he make a good rider down the road? Not quite as stand-up a jogger as the other one. This one kind of gets a little bit down. Does miss a lead there for a split second. And then he kind of recovers. Probably would have picked up those cones. Cone kind of gets in your way when you're making your circle there. You kind of has to dodge it in that last one. Will help you make better circles.
Yeah, half.
Plenty of time. Plenty of time. See, so like, we're getting a little bit frustrated ourselves here, so our horse is not really getting the discipline that would be required for a class like this. So you see, he's just a little bit confused about our cues. So make sure you're being clear and concise about everything. The way I teach my lunge liners is I want to put steady pressure on that halter, or the chain or the line or whatever. Steady pressure until you feel him give to the gear you want, and then release. So if it means I have to walk down my line to get tighter as we go, that's kind of what we want to do, so we get a little bit more discipline in here. As presented here, kind of hard to judge this horse just because he is kind of not paying attention, which is unfortunate. But that being said, make sure you're being clear. Like the big chop with our whip like that is going to cause problems for him staying relaxed in the class, right? So if we're taking a big like swing at him, we don't necessarily fault him for running away, right? Because he is doing what you said to do, which is go fast, right? That kind of big whip right there means go fast, and that's kind of where we end up. And that's why we're kind of leaning down through this circle. We end up a little bit scrambling our legs, kind of falling down. Looks like he is a cute horse though, just kind of hard to judge as shown here. So we want to have the discipline in there so that we can judge him appropriately, right? Because it's going to be very hard to tell between the two of these. This horse just presented better. So which one's ready to show today? We're going to have to go with this one. And I do like this one's moving a lot, but yeah, so we're gonna have to work on the discipline with this one, probably making sure that we're clear. Like I said, the lunge line is the foundation for the rest of his life, right? So you're teaching him how to be a good student here, teaching him how to be an order taker, teaching him how to be a show horse down the road. So take your time with him and be clear, be as clear as you can, all right? Because this is gonna matter for the rest of his life. If he starts out his life being confused about what he should be doing and how this deal is gonna work, then he's going to have a hard time making the transition into a show horse down the road, which is ultimately what we're trying to do here, right? So just watch your whip, right? Watch the popping in your whip so we can kind of control his energy level. We want to keep the energy level low. We want to keep the effort level high, all right? So that goes for any class that you're showing your horse in. From here on out, keep the energy low, keep the effort high, all right? So this horse, high energy, right? And he's trying hard. He's just got a lot of energy in there. So we want to try to contain that and get a hold of his mind a little bit, so that we end up with a little bit better presentation. All right. So in this, we're gonna have to call this just disobedience here, right? We're a little bit trapped up with our line. Make sure that you get yourself gathered up, get comfortable working with your tools, right? So get comfortable moving down those lines and getting squared up there. All right. So as it stands today, we're going to go with this one first. I do like the way this horse stands up a lot. Would like to see you hold your circle though. But either way, so both of you guys, let's work on our setups. Let's work on making sure we can make clean transitions here. I like the way that horse lopes through here a lot. That's a good pass. Very good. So let's make sure we get clean setups so we can evaluate that part. We could say that both of these horses kind of missed that in both of these sections. We didn't get a good look. Inspections are almost identical, right? So same position for both of these guys. Let's get this looking a little bit more like our halter horses, okay? So we can get a better look at them, right? So we're gonna go radar first, royalty-free diamond second. Nice job, guys. All right, so 2-year-old lunge line. So here's a little bit better look, right? And she was in the showmanship. I remember her from earlier. So we have a lot better look, right, at the confirmation of this horse. We can kind of evaluate here. Now we can take a look at him. Or I guess it was the halter earlier today. But as a judge, I mean, that's something you remember, right? I remember seeing this horse. I remember seeing this horse in the halter earlier today. So just remember that you're always being watched, and judges remember. So when you're showing, always put your best face forward there and be professional, because if you are unprofessional early in the day, I'm probably going to remember the rest of the day. All right, so we mislead here, which is okay as long as we recover quickly. Now, we did pop, so we were cross-leading for a minute there. I don't believe there's any weanling halter, Melody. No. All right, so biggest fault here is I want to see that horse hold his shoulders up on his own, right? I want to see him hold his own circle, and that's part of the reason why we miss our leads and we do different things, because that horse is kind of lost as to where he should be. So some of that comes from our exhibitor walking a big circle here for lunge line. We want to make sure we're holding a spot because he's allowed to kind of be out here in space because we're not creating a good pivot point, right? He gets all this room to kind of play around. He's not sure where that circle should be, so he doesn't ever have a lead because who knows if he's going left, right? If we're walking a circle and we're giving him room out there, then he certainly could be going left and he'd need a left lead to do that, all right? So keep that in mind when you show. I want to see you hold, and hopefully one of our later exhibitors gives us a chance to look at that. That we can show our horse and have an accurate circle be made. So he kind of cuts in on us, especially the other direction there. Kind of cuts in, dives that circle down, like right here, loping off. Because he's cutting in, he has room to go to the right. So that's why you're going to pick up your opposite lead there. Just really making sure you hold your line. And this is a pretty small circle to be making. So some of the reason why you're losing your hip to the outside is because he's making just a really small circle there. A really inconsistent circle. So if we want our horse to get consistent, we have to be consistent ourselves. Keep that in mind when you go around. I do like the way his legs go. I do like the way he lopes right there. It's again, I wish I could see the correct lead for more, right? He just holds it for like a quarter of a circle before we get to evaluate it, before he swaps over. Anytime he's going to swap leads behind, right, he's going along, he swaps leads because that hip spins out of your circle. So in order to hold that lead behind, he's got to have that hip driving up on the inside. He's got to have that natural cant to his body. So it involves two things: holding your shoulders up to the outside of your circle, holding your hip to the inside. That'll help you stay on the correct lead. He misses his lead here because we pull on his head and his hip spins out. So anytime you pull here, he's spinning out of the circle. So you can see that as he comes around the top of this corner, right through here. We pull, and he's going to have to twist his head and spin out. So right there is the spin out, okay? So you'll avoid swapping leads behind if you can get the horse to stand up on the inside and not pull on your hand so hard, okay? So I do wish I could see more of that horse in more of the correct lead. Right.
2-year-old salad
So for our setup here, again, like that neck drop down a little bit. It's a little too high. And these twos can have discipline, right? So again, we go back to that basic discipline. You want to be able to evaluate this horse as if it was a halter class. So you can get a good look at him.
Okay.
And just get a better idea of what kind of horse we're dealing with first. Confirmation is a big part of this class. So same arena as the other one. So I think that cone causes a lot of problems and confusion for these youngsters. That cone kind of gets in the way. Like he's got to make a decision every time it comes around that corner. Am I going to go on the outside or the inside of that cone? Okay, so keep that in mind. This one's a little bit better about than the other one, but so hooking in a little bit tight to you right there. Would like to see this horse come back out, and I'd like to see him walk a big circle and avoid cutting into your circle right there, because then we get this planning, right? And you're going to end up with that anytime your horse like kind of takes space away from you and does different things. He's going to kind of get a little bit confused as far as where he's going out there in space, right? Good, so we'll watch this again. So yeah, that was, it kind of looks off to the outside, looks like he's going to go out the door for a minute and kind of gets confused. So let's make sure that we, again, let's hold our circle, and hopefully we get to see that with one of our exhibitors today. Holding this circle, this is better, right? So pivot, right? Pivot around your left foot so that this horse can make an even circle, because you see how much this line, this distance changes the whole time, right? Would like to see this horse stay out on a consistent, maybe 40-foot circle, whatever, and just be consistent. Kind of hard to tell when he's kind of all over. It's like here he's cutting in on us, so we're going to push him out, and he's going to get cranky about being out there. So from a trainer/judge perspective, we can avoid some of this problem as long as we hold our ground. So here to the right, we don't hold our ground as much, so he has more room to kind of decide for himself. And that's where we see that pull right there. Good-legged horse, though. Probably so far towards the top of this class. I think I'm missing one. All right. Just because we didn't get a good look at the first one. So closer to what we'd like to see out of the young horses, right? We can have discipline, we can have a setup, we can be accurate. A much better look at this horse than we got of the other ones. And again, if you can't judge what you can't see, right? So if I can't see it, then I can't judge it. And if your horse isn't standing still long enough, then I'm going to have a hard time judging it, right? And remember, if it was a lunge line class, you would get a couple seconds to warm up, right? 30 seconds to warm up, minute and a half to warm up. So take your time, get your circle established, get your line figured out, get your whip up there. You would never go straight from a setup to a lunging, right, and being judged. So try to give everybody time to settle in, get your circle established. This is closer to what we're looking for in a lunge line class. She's kind of there. See there, she ran the class how you could run it, which is you hear begin, right? So her helper gave her time to get settled out there. Would have benefited the other ones probably to where we had more time to get set up. Cute jog, very up and down. Good cadence. Horse gets a little low with his neck. We kind of have to help a little bit. We pick our hand up. Would prefer to not have to see that much help, right? Like that top line to stay really steady. Cute loper, keeps his hip on the inside. Stands up in his shoulders really nice. Holding his circle, that's what I want to see. Very good, good swing from up high. Maybe a little bouncy off his back end. Let me mute this. Maybe a little bouncy off his back end, a little bit springy. Would like to see one that steps out of his hip more, right, and slides his legs rather than maybe picking up both hinds as he lopes around. I think if we speed this horse up at the jog, we can make a cleaner transition from our jog to our lope, right? This jog is just so incredibly slow for this stage of his life. If you sped up this jog, it wouldn't hurt you much, but you could get a better transition to your lope, which would help you more than the speed up of your jog. So I don't necessarily want to see him like slow jogging around here. I want to see good cadence. I want to see good, accurate rhythm. there. So I like that transition a lot better. So if he can make that transition to the left, probably presents a little bit more accurately. And he just gets a little bit bouncy off his hocks, but nice horse. Nice horse. Nicely done. Good expression. Licks and chews at the very end. That's what I like to see. Holds his circle. You see we're not wandering a circle here. So we're kind of holding our ground. He's out there on the end of his line. I do like to see that. I do like to see him loping around like that. Top line stays relatively quiet. Nice horse. Definitely our winner so far. So we'll move that one up. Look over here. All right, so again, remember seeing this one earlier today. This is our 2-year-old. So just kind of a good baseline to start from. We know we saw this horse in halter. We know he was a little bit less than stellar behaved, right? The wind kind of got to him a little bit. So I anticipate the same kind of challenges here in this lunge line class. We'll see how he keeps it together. But hopefully he does, and we get to get a good look at him. So again, not being judged here yet, right? She gets some time to set up. So even though he is a little bit lost here, she gets some time to practice. There you go. So no fault here until she's ready to begin. I'm not sure if our exhibitor says begin or not, but we can start judging her here, right? Horse rocks up to us nice, lifts in his shoulders really good. A little lost in his circles. You see where she kind of wanders a little bit. So he is a little bit lost in his circles. Wouldn't mind seeing him hold those a little bit more definitively and have a really defined place where he's going around. Because he does tend to wander a little bit on his circles, which is going to affect his movement, right? Anytime he has to make an adjustment, it's certainly going to affect his movement. We don't see quite as big a circle as the other exhibitor. And we end up with kind of some slack, and then we're tight sometimes and we're loose sometimes at that line. So it just tells us that he's kind of fishing that circle. He's kind of swimming out there. I want to see one hold pretty quietly out there. A good look there. So I do like the way this horse goes around. Going to be kind of close between these two. So we'll go here. We'll pause this. We'll watch this one here. We'll watch this one jog. So again, so we've got a little bit more showable jog, but it is fairly slow, and he does get his head a little bit low every now and then. So a little bit of help out of both exhibitors if we critique there. I like this pace right here. So this one's going to be my winner. This one's just got a little bit stronger back end. He's got a little bit more skip to his hock. He does drive up underneath himself just a little bit easier as he goes around. And he's a very clean jogger. So both of them are good joggers, but this one just drives up a little bit harder for me than this one does. So if we go here, this one kind of leaves his hocks out behind, kind of crosses in on that outside hind. Just not quite the snap that the other one does. Yeah. Yep, not quite as clean back end on this one as we see in the other one. And this one tends to keep his head just a little bit higher than the other one. Right, so you see where this one keeps a little bit more level top line even as he lopes around. So yeah, so you're going to be first here and then going to be second. So we'll make those changes. So we're gonna go first, second, then we'll decide between these two. Probably gonna have to give this one third. Oops, let me move these around. And then we didn't really get a good, whoops. Yeah, didn't get a good look at this one because he's kind of all over the place, which is unfortunate. Got a better look at this one. Did get both of those little play moments, but this one holds his leads better. Doesn't get quite as lost. This one, unfortunately, didn't get a good look at him. He does look like he's good-legged through that line, but as a judge, I don't want to have to guess, right? We can only judge. It's not a talent show. It's a horse show. So we're going to judge the horse that's presented today. This one, unfortunately, did not show well enough today for us to get a really good look at him, which is a shame because it looks like a nice horse. Looks like he would have been competitive in that class. So yeah, we're going to go with Kate Haas and Pepe's Fancy Legacy, third, and I'm a Result of an Affair, fourth. Perfect. They've shown against the non-virtual world. Oh, wow. That's crazy. That's really cool. Two nice horses. Two very nice horses. This one, just a little bit more of my style, a little bit more of the complete package than this one. It looks like he's got some growing to do. Yeah. Perfect. Just make sure, for these two, just make sure we get the discipline in, right? So if you compare it now, we have this 2-year-old class, right? Just like we talked about the yearlings. Getting that discipline in, it's very difficult to compare to, and like, they're yearlings that we expect them to be a little bit, to have some play, to have some young minds in there, right? We don't want to be slaves and soldiers, but you can have expression and have, I guess these are 2-year-olds. You can have expression, you can have discipline without sacrificing that, right? So make sure that we have our horse ready and focused and willing to learn, right? This is, again, lunge line, yearlings, 2-year-old stuff. That is the foundation of our breed. It's the foundation of our pleasure training or whatever trainings can go on from here. So want to make sure that we're putting that discipline, putting that understanding of how to be a good student, how to take orders, how to work with our handlers, right? So put the discipline on these two, and we'd love to see them again. Cool. All right, so let's go into some tiny tots showmanship before we go into some riding stuff. So we'll start off some showmanship. So we're gonna let's just show the pattern first. Let's load all these up. And then we will show the pattern. So 5, 6, 7 in this class, 8. A big tiny tot class. Big tiny tot class. All right. Okay. Perfect. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in this class. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in this class. Perfect. Got everybody loaded up. All right. So we will go to the Show Your Heart Out show. We'll load up the pattern. So the pattern's gonna look like this. Here's what we're going for. You see on stream, move this over a little bit, like that, like so. Okay, so be ready A, drop from A to the judge, stop, set up, 90-degree turn, walk away, and then just probably walk out or stop at the end of this line, whatever. From then on, it doesn't really matter. So again, looking for a nice clean line, looking for these horses to step up. Want to see horses and exhibitors that really come to show what their horse can do. Want to see some dancing, right? Good showmanship takes your breath away. It's a dance. So hopefully we see that today. All right, so let's start off. Let me make, where did my spreadsheet go? There it is. All right, so we'll go here. We'll go with, all right, so we have our score sheet over here. So the horse is a little slow to trot off. Nice fast setup, we'll take it, very good. Exhibitor working her quadrants correctly, would like to see that, very good.
You may finish your pattern.
A little push in her hand here, we get a little bit crooked through that, we're gonna call that a minus. So would like to see a horse that doesn't take that big cross, right? This part right here where we end up pushing with our hand as we go to do our pivot, right? So we end up we get in this horse's space, we end up touching our horse right there, touching her face, and then we get this big bend, this big hook through our horse's body. So I wanna see a horse that stays straight, head to tail, all the time through showmanship, because then we end up sliding that foot, right? So that right hind ends up sliding back. So it's a backwards turn instead of a forward turn. When we do these, we want that right hind, that pivot foot, everything moving up around it. So we're going to, well, you address the judge, yeah. Judging, working. So then that walk away kind of ends up being a little bit of a wander away, right? So we don't want to wander that, right? I would like to see an exhibitor get their foot set after their pivot here. Let's set our feet, let's gather this horse up, and let's move off. That way we don't end up just kind of wandering, and now we're ahead of our horse, right? So we end up being way ahead down this line, which kind of picks our hand up, and then, whoops, the horse kind of gets a little bit left behind. So I want to see an exhibitor hold themselves up, right? So you got to have some self-carriage right here. Want to hold your arms up, have your arms and everything exhibiting right here. That way you don't get kind of down on that horse, get kind of wander down here and kind of lean on this horse's face. See this down pressure on the chain. I want you to kind of pick your arms up and have some presence up there, right? I mean, it is tiny top, but that being said, we can hopefully see some self-carriage up there, right? That's kind of what we want to aim towards as we get a little bit more advanced in this class. All right, so we'll go. Want to see an exhibitor keep their eyes up. Want to see on the line, right? Stay on the line with us. Keep your eyes up. We kind of get lined down. We come across there. So make sure that you stay with your eyes up. Inspection did great though. Really good job working your quadrants, working that. Nicely done. Yeah, perfect. Horse kind of dies out a little bit before we get to the judge. Wouldn't mind seeing a horse that drives all the way up. Make my notes over there. Perfect. All right, so we'll see this one. Inspection takes a little bit longer on this one than the last one, and we end up a little bit crooked to our judge, right? So make sure that we end up straight on to our judge. That's what we want to see in this pattern. We're going straight to the judge. We want to be able to see head to tail, straight to our judge. So end up walking that pivot, which is unfortunate. Make sure that you hold your circle, right? So when you come through this pivot, hold your circle. See right there, that right leg swinging straight through is what pulls this horse out of its pivot. So when we go do our pivots, come around, be square to that horse, right? So if you're the horse, be square right here, then move off to your walk off, right? We never really got there. We just kind of end up like we're turning around. We just kind of stepped out, right? So that horse kind of had no choice but to wander that turn, which is unfortunate. And then this line doesn't end up very straight because you end up hooking around. You go too far into your horse when you step like that, and you go too far around. So work on your footwork, right? Make sure that we understand where our feet are supposed to go so that we can direct this horse and we can make good, clean lines, all right? So in this exhibitor, we see a little bit more that I was talking about where we have a little bit more self-carriage, right? We have these hands a little bit higher, and we kind of hold ourselves up a little bit better than the last one, even though we do lose a little bit of control right there, right? We don't want to lose control of our horse as we go around. So we'll make some notes over here. So the trot off was a little bit better, trot to stop. End up being a little bit of a minus there, just because we do get a little bit crooked in and then our setup takes a little bit longer, but not long enough to fault, although we were crooked to our judge, right? So would have minded seeing her pull this horse back in line when she goes to set up. It's a good chance to recover, so you can get this horse a little bit more squared up. If you end up stopping like this, square that back up, try to get back here as much as possible, so you don't lose any points there. And then, like I said before, when we were going over our patterns for our show prep, right? We want to make sure that we get as accurate as we can in our footwork, in our pattern, so that we don't end up just kind of being lost out there, right? Where we're just not really making great lines, and we don't have our footwork down, right? So that way we can maybe not lose points there. Would be better if we don't lose points, right? Even if you just zero maneuvers out, it's better than losing points. So unfortunately, we have to take a big deduction for wandering that pivot. All right, so Vinny, make sure that we're focused on the line, right? We don't want to, and part of the reason why this horse falls behind us here is just because we looked at him, right? So he's like, wait, why are you looking at me? And he kind of ends up falling behind. So here, he would have been probably fine had we not looked at him, and then he ends up kind of behind us, right? So, okay, so again, so just like we talked about before, right? Want to see these exhibitors get set, right? Set your horse, and then let the judge know that you're ready, all right? So just like you saw right there, you're watching this live for the first time along with me. I'm watching this live, and I'm going, are we ready? Should I walk around now? Like, as a judge, I want to know, like, hey, here I am, all right? So I want to set my horse up, and then I don't mind taking a step back, maybe pick my hands up and get into show mode, where we pick that horse up, and now we're showing him off. Because otherwise, just like I did right there, you kind of end up wondering, like, should I judge you now? Should I start walking? What should happen, right? Get a little tripped up in our quadrants right there. So when we're coming around right here, we get a little bit lost. So here she's in front. So when she passes this horse's shoulder right here, when I cross over now, she's waiting. She's like, and then cross back across when she crosses that horse's hip, right? And we get a little tripped up, and then cross back across when she's back crossing this horse's shoulder. So we do want to work on our quadrants. Do want to make sure that we get those a little bit more accurate, and then stay focused on your footwork, right? So really focus on your footwork. Make that horse pivot around there. Unfortunately, we don't get to see a pivot in this this pattern. And then we don't end up walking straight away, right? Because we didn't pivot very well. We didn't execute that maneuver. Patterns are like snowballs, right? As you're going through, you got momentum, you're kind of carrying through. Because we don't execute this pivot well, then our walk-off ends up being not quite what we're looking for, right? So we end up having to take a deduction there as well. Right? So just keep it in mind, like, focus on that footwork, try to get those steps accurate, and we'll try to make this pattern the best we can, right? And then show with confidence, all right? So right off the bat, we're saying, like, I'm not really sure if my horse is coming or not, right? We look back at him and we're like, is he coming? Is he not coming? I don't know. He's not next to me. You want to feel that horse next to you all the way and drive him through the pattern, all right? So there he just kind of gets out behind us. All right. Perfect. Stop this one. Sienna. All right, so I want to see an exhibit that's ready at Cone A. Whether it is an uploading issue or a recording issue or whatever it might be, we end up facing the camera before we can get started. I want to see someone who's ready at Cone A, facing their horse, ready to show, looking over their shoulder at the judge, and then waits for that judge or ring steward or whatever to give the nod, and then we move off into it. So in this position, I want to see toes 45 to our horse, so that way we can step off into that walk or trot off as this may be, step off into that next gear and be ready with our horse. It looks like we were just ready to trot off automatically. And that you actually might have a better trot off that way because you can kind of gather your horse up as you come around here. So because we're kind of already facing a little bit forward right there, right? We're already kind of in drive. Our horse is going to be a little bit confused about where he should be going. So make sure you kind of like scoop around, gather that horse up. We've done lots of videos on footwork because this class is a footwork class. This is a dance. So making sure that your footwork is accurate going to be really important. No extra steps. Like she adjusts her footwork right there. So then our horse is like, well, should I back up or where should I go? Good. So we're executing our quadrants. Looks good. Probably would split that crossover up into a couple more steps, right? We can't see her feet here in this, but she does, it looks like she only takes one step across it, like one big step and then a tight little step. So just split that up. Like for us, I recommend doing 4 steps to crossover, over, across, like, so you're here, you're set, over, across, step, and then together. All right, and having that accurate footwork so you can kind of make those little moves across your horse will help you get to where this isn't so awkward for you, and then help you execute the same way every time so you can bring that consistency to your showing. Because if we're not consistent here, then our horse isn't quite sure what to do. And then again, making sure that we actually pivot, right? So holding your pivot all the way around. Your pivot is done when your feet are like this to your horse, all right? Whether it's a 90-degree pivot, 180-degree pivot, a 270, whatever the case might be, your pivot is finished when you end up like this. So here we end up like this, right here, and we just kind of undercut that turn, right? So we don't turn all the way. So we're at least an eighth of a turn away from where we should be. The walk away ends up good, but unfortunately, we just don't hold that pivot foot, and we don't give that horse really a chance to either because we just kind of walk ahead of him, right? Our kind of circle just kind of, instead of it being a circle and a well-defined movement right there across the top where you come around, now you're done with your pivot. So your horse is here, right? You come across. We want to think about him like a clock. Come across until you're here, and then we move off, right? Because we never really got there, we come across like this, and we just stopped about right here and just kind of wandered away. So he has to kind of make that looping out of his pivot, all right? Oops, we don't want to watch that. So we're here. All right, so make my notes. Horse does trot off really well with her, and she holds her arms up. I do like that. And the stop ended up being pretty good. Inspection took a little while. Horse heads off just to the side, but she does a good job with her quadrants and everything, so we're going to plus that. And unfortunately, we just take a minus for that pivot. Walk away was accurate. All right. So again, so we talk about like there's a little bit better gather up, right? That exhibitor and horse moves off together. That's kind of what we're looking for, where this, now we have a little bit slow to trot off, but the horse does move forward, and it does move forward willingly. So now we can see that kind of self-carriage. Want to caution against splitting our hands wide when we go to stop, right? Make sure you keep your hands, keep your showmanship tight. So there we get a little bit rushy, okay? Slow the class down a little bit, all right? So I know we want to execute fast, we want to execute sharp, but remember to keep that speed consistent, okay? So we end up getting a little bit rushy here, where we get stopped, get set, and then we're still moving, right? At the same time she's moving. So make sure that she has completely set her weight on the ground. She's stopped moving her feet before you take a step back and go to show, all right? That way you don't end up kind of pulling and pushing her around as you're going here because she doesn't have her weight evenly balanced between all of her feet, okay? So here, crossover looks good, crossover looks good. We have to imagine that there's somebody crossing around, but her footwork looks very accurate here. This is much closer to the way I teach my students. A really good pivot, good. Gathers that horse up, and a good, clean, crisp, business-like walk-off. Excellent, excellently done. Excellently done. So we're gonna evaluate here. I like the way she crosses up. I like the way she moves off. We're gonna +1 that. Let me make some notes here. All right, we come up, we're trotting accurately. Do we drive all the way to the judge? Yes, and we get a decent stop, so we're gonna +1 that. Get set up for inspection. Now we have to imagine there's a ring steward. So we're gonna lose some points though because she is moving at the same time that we're moving, so we're gonna -1/2 there. Really like how business-like this exhibitor is. It's well presented. Nicely done. Nicely done. A big plus on that walk. We're going to +2 that walk off. That's almost exactly what we're looking for. Exhibitor, nice, clean, strong steps out there. You see she's landing heel, toe. She's got her toes up out of the dirt. Nice long strides across there, holding herself up. Checks back at her judge. Doesn't bother me one way or the other. Yeah, a good walk off. We're going to +2 that. So then our 90, we're going to give that a 1 or a +0.5. Because the horse does start a little bit early, right? It does start with his head to the side, but she does nail this accurately. Maybe we'll just zero that out. We'll just zero that out. Nice job. Good, good, good pattern. Probably our winner so far, right? So we'll move that one up. All right. So we got a good trot off here. Whoa, big stop. So again, like we talked about, it's kind of hard to tell whether our exhibitor is done showing or not. She kind of looks to us for guidance, right? So I want to make sure that we're set. And then take a step back, right? Take a step back and show that horse, okay? Don't get in such a rush to be like, oh, I'm done, right? Make sure you take a step back because you want to be out here in front of your horse more anyway, all right? If only because when she goes to cross over, she's going to run into this horse's face. She's buried too deep behind his head. So when she goes to cross over, she's going to have to make a big loop. Now, I have not watched this to know what she's going to have to do here, but I will be very curious to see where she goes to get around the other side. As long as she ends up over deep on the other side, I suppose it's okay. But if she comes further out here with her feet, she'll only have to move a little bit across there. As it stands right now, she's going to have to take like 5 or 6 steps to get across there and be even. So we'll see what she does. Yeah, so it ended up being like 6 steps. Good, so this is more where I'd like to see her be, right? So you can see where here it's going to be 3 or 4 steps to get across there, and we end up making brisk moves. So if our ring sword were to go faster, we could keep up with him. Because as it stands right now, we would be a little bit late. And then we are a little bit late crossing over here. Good, and we end up a little bit deep here. A couple extra steps in there. It looks like it's going to happen. Maybe we get, yeah, so a little bit of shuffle steps. Own that footwork, right? Good. So I see what this exhibitor is trying to do, right? We were trying to say, I don't want my horse to wander that pivot. I do want him to rock back onto his back end. So I see what she was trying to do in bringing that horse closer in, but you end up being a little bit buried underneath of him, which is kind of a dangerous spot to be, right? I don't want to be directly in front of my horse. So make sure you stay out to the side of his face. Again, we talked about those pivots. I want to be out here. Don't be buried in over here somewhere because he's just going to kind of like, you're going to be underneath of his neck, and I don't want that, right? And that's kind of where we end up right here. We're underneath of him, which is kind of a dangerous place to be. So make sure you stay with your hand 90 degrees right here to his face, and he comes across there. He's just a little heavy in his shoulders, so we got to get those shoulders lightened up a little bit. Walk-off's very good. We're very business-like across here. I do like seeing that. Very good. Very good. All right, so we'll write this down. We'll take some notes. All right, so we were ready here. Trot off a little slow, like we had some extra walk steps in there. Want to make sure we move right up into that trot. So we're going to go ahead and minus half that. Would like to see a horse that steps right up into the trot. Now the trot itself is good. Horse exhibitor holding their arms up. Would like to see those elbows stay tight, right? Don't get out here with your arms. Make sure you stay right here. Like this position is good, but a couple strides back when that horse wasn't sure if she's trotting off or not yet. We get a little bit weak with those elbows, get a little bit wide. And then that stop ends up being a little bit abrasive because of it, right? If we're thinking about leading our horse around with our chain, that's what you're most likely going to end up with. Want to make sure you move that horse off your body. So our inspection, we get a little bit wobbly here and a little late right there. Not as bad as some, right? But certainly could stand to gain some points there and maybe not lose a half. And then our pivot, we're going to lose some points here. Unfortunately, we want to get that horse where he pivots around. He does hold a pivot foot, but we kind of underturn, right? We didn't quite finish that pivot. And we have a big hook in our horse's body. So, but our walk-off was really good. So great walk away. Going to earn some points there. Credit earning walk away. I do like that. Just make sure you're walking straight, right? We get a little bit crooked on that walk. Pick a point, have your eyes go to it. I can't see your eyes here. Pick a point and walk straight to it. So your point would be somewhere past this cone. Look out there and walk straight alongside of it. Good job. It is not points off for me when you make the clicking noise to trot. I don't particularly care either way, whether you cluck or kiss. I would rather see you cluck or kiss. So even if it was points off, right, to say, you know what, I'm going to deduct you a half point for that. If you cluck and your horse trots off, is that less of a deduction than if you don't cluck and your horse doesn't trot off? Absolutely, right? If your horse doesn't trot off and you end up with your head out of the bridle, you're going to be losing a considerable amount of points compared to maybe the quarter point that you would lose if I hear you clucking, right? And for me, that's not even that quarter point. That's a personal preference. But I would certainly take, if there ever was a slight deduction, take a slight deduction for clucking, which it shouldn't be, but versus not getting the trot off, right?
Is
If
that
it means,
actually a thing if you do cluck in the class to get deducted?
no, some judges will, right? But I don't, and most judges won't.
Right.
Most judges are far enough away, right, that you're not going to hear it anyway.
Okay.
Yep. All right, so again, want to make sure that we are letting that horse know where he should be, right? And we're kind of in drive already, right? Our feet are already in go forward mode. So make sure that you have your feet facing your horse so that he knows when it's time to trot off. And then a golden rule of showmanship for me is don't ever look back at your horse, right? By never looking back at him, you don't ever make him question whether he should be coming forward or not. By looking back and saying, are you not coming forward? Well, we know he's not coming forward, right? You felt that already, or you wouldn't have felt the need to look back. So just make sure we keep our eyes forward and kind of drive it up there. And always be pushing this horse through a pattern. Don't ever question, right? Just own it. All right, a good stop. Would like to see a setup here. So the horse did stop square, right? We do have a square setup here already, but I do want to make sure that my exhibitor checks. All right, it's not points off and I don't ask you to reset your horse if you do stop square, but I do want you to stop, check, and then step back and show, right? So we never really got in that inspection mode with our feet, inspection mode with our hands. So we end up kind of being in a weird spot here. And see, we kind of have to split that cone. We cross under the horse there for that side. We're a little lost in that inspection. We want to work on our quadrants a little bit. This ring steward made it a little bit hard by crossing to that side of her horse first. Naturally, in a normal class, we would want to make sure that everybody's crossing the same way first, right? So it ends up being a little awkward when you step around your horse this way because our exhibitor's got to make two moves right back to back. And you see where she got a little lost there. And our horse did move out of our pivot there, or our setup. So we're going to go finish this pattern up. A little sluggish through our turn here. There we do hold a pivot foot for the end of it. Oh, we did touch our horse. Do want to make sure you don't touch your horse's shoulder. We wanted that horse to stay out of our bubble as much as possible, right? So there we do end up putting a hand on our horse to help him pit turn. Shoulder's just a little sluggish, so we want to make sure that we keep two hands on the line and step across there, right? But, I mean, big points for the setup, right? Like, being able to stop and stop square is great, but make sure you do check, right? Do want to check. Move across there. So we go back to here. So we were fortunate enough to have this horse stop square. Just make sure you check. Unfortunately, we will not be able to judge that one. We didn't maintain two hands on the line, and we did touch our horse. We're just making sure that this horse respects your space, right? So that's all we have here is just a little bit of a disrespect of our space. So want our exhibitor to be a little bit more confident in her footwork, especially when she goes to trot off. Like, just making sure you don't look back, right? Don't look back, just own it. Like, this second half of your trot line was much better than our first half. Right there. So once you get this horse going, you're in good shape. But just make sure you just stay right there. Stay driving the whole time. Yeah, perfect. A good trot off, maybe a little bit dribbly stop right there. Could have owned our stop just a little bit better. Not quite sure what discussion we're having there. Didn't end up setting up. Oh no. we missed our inspection. It is a really cute hat, though. I do love the horse's hat. So yeah, unfortunately, we don't end up pivoting here. So we are going to end up getting a no score for that, but we don't end up with our setup. Yep, so we want to make sure we hold that horse's pivot foot. We do have a good presentation going here. Again, be ready at cone A, so make sure that you're there, set with your horse's feet, or your feet towards your horse's feet, so we can get along here. Trot off is good, trot itself is good. Want to see this, maybe stay a little bit tighter with your hands, right? We've got this hand out behind us, which gives that horse room to lag behind. So making sure that we stay in a showmanship position all the time, gonna be really important. And that'll help us get our stop right too, right? Because we end up pulling back under here for our horse. Make sure you stay out in front of you. You want a horse to stop alongside of us. And just make sure that you finish that pattern. And then want to avoid crossing under our horse like this, right? So we end up on the wrong side with our hand. We kind of get in front of him. Keep that horse up with you. We want his throat latch to stay at your shoulder or his halter to stay with your hand, right? So that way we always stay right here, dancing and moving around together for your showmanship, all right? Always want this stuff to be connected, okay? So that horse, your hand, this horse, your hand, always stays connected all the time when you're working and showing, all right? So we don't want to end up in this position over here. There you go. And we fix it towards the end. But yeah, unfortunately not going to be able to really judge that one because we do end up forgetting some of the pattern. But that's okay. What's there is good, right? It's a good foundation to build from. Just making sure that you get your arms up in your showmanship position and work on your footwork, okay? And it's a kind of an overall trend here. We want to make sure that our footwork is accurate all the time, okay? Get your footwork right, and then your horse can just lead or follow you, and you're a good leader, all right? If your footwork isn't accurate, maybe we're not comfortable with the pattern, then it's really hard to get a good show on. All right, so we do have an exhibitor here that starts off ready towards our horse. We are a little bit awkwardly twisted here. Probably could open up our feet. Maybe taking a step back further would help us not have that awkward kind of twist in our body because we are kind of like strangely twisted up there. So not having this severe of a turn where your legs are facing one way and your upper body is facing another, right? If we step back, maybe everything can kind of just look over. We can look over our shoulder without twisting our body, okay? And I do remember her from the halter earlier, and this is her first show, so doing a great job so far. So I do like that she steps off here clean. Do want to see a trot off here though, so hopefully put it in gear. There you go. Good. Stop square. We do put a little bit of pull on there, an extra pull on the horse's head to kind of square it back up. Would love to see it stop square in the first place, but you do end up set up here. So again, we talked about that in the halter. There you go. Perfect. So, and then see how, this is what I was talking about, right? If our feet are pointed straight out here somewhere, right? If you guys can see my mouse on the screen, our feet are pointed somewhere straight out here. If you get more 45 to your horse, you won't have to put this big bend in your waist right here, right? Where our hips are maybe pointed this way, and then our shoulders are pointed towards us over here, all right? So if we step back a bit and kind of get out in front of this horse's nose and put that 45-degree angle to our horse's feet, then we won't end up with that kind of awkward twist with your body. And this will be much more natural. So you see where that crossover step gets confusing because your body's just kind of in an unnatural position right there. So we do want to see you get a little bit, yeah. So see there, now you finally end up where you want to be. And this crossover should be much cleaner because of it. Yep, perfect. A little hesitation there, not quite sure where we should be. So when you come across here, as this judge moves across this horse's butt, so when you come over here, side. So I want to see you on the other side over here. We're kind of not really committed there, right? We're sort of somewhere in the middle. So make sure you're all the way over here. That way when I come across, like you're going to stay there until I pass this horse's shoulder right here in the dirt. All right, so stay here, stay with me, and now move across. And then we see just a little bit tripped up through that inspection. Good. Horse puts a little bit of bend in his head, which slides us outside pivot foot back towards the end of that pivot. But we do have a good walk-off here afterwards. Good business-like walk-off afterwards. Maybe not quite as much as this, right? If this is our star walkout, right? if this is our example for the class that we want to walk out, and this is probably an example not only for the tiny tot, but for most classes, right? Like I would say this is going to compete in the novice class, and maybe even the open. This is about as good as a walk-off as you could expect. So excellent job here. And so we're kind of somewhere in the middle there of this one, maybe not quite as credit earning, but certainly a good walk-off, right? We got our elbows tight, arms are up, good business-like walk-off. Of course, Betsy, of course. That's what we're about here. We're about learning. We're about getting better. All right, so we will go back and we'll score this one. So I do like the way that she moves off of here. She faces her horse. Would like to see a little bit more trot off here. We're a little bit late to the trot off. And really take this hand, instead of having it out here, take it straight and drive that horse straight forward, right? Because if you have that hand open, that's just room for him not to trot off, right? And that's why your head gets out here, because our hand is kind of pushing towards his midline. Just keep that arm straight in line with your shoulders. If you take both of your thumbs, point them towards your shoulders, and then drop them into position, you'll end up pretty accurately where you want to be for showmanship, all right? If you're crossing in or you're kind of out here, we're not going to be where we want to be, but see, my thumb misses my shoulder right there. So keep your thumbs in line with your shoulders, and you'll end up in a pretty good place for showmanship. I do like our stop here. We do end up crossing and pulling him just a little bit more. He does bump into our shoulder. Maybe not. Maybe he just, does he crash into us a little bit? Nope, we don't. Nope, close though. So and then just owning your setup, right? So we get a little tripped up through the inspection, so we're going to take a penalty for that. But our horse set up really well, right? So we did end up getting a pretty good setup just out of the box here, which is great. That's the dream in showmanship. But just owning your footwork here, right? Just practicing that footwork. Again, we're tiny tots, right? So we're learning this stuff. We're learning this footwork. It is challenging, but this is, again, something you practice. You don't even have to have a horse, right? Or just have a horse stand there. Don't worry about him set up. Just work on your footwork going across him, and have someone just, those tons of practice, right? Tons and tons of practice going across there. So pivot, we do step out a little bit, but we weren't too bad, right? We do end up pivoting at the end. We do slide our foot a little bit. So we're going to take a slight penalty there. But not a bad start, right? So you're pretty accurate with your footwork. Again, I just want to see someone close their turn and then move off, all right? That way we don't end up with like this, where we just kind of come around the pivot and then we move off, and that horse kind of gets left behind. And then we have this kind of weird pause right here, right? So we could just move feet together, and then we don't want to pause with our feet and drive. And that will help your trot off if you make sure your feet are in drive and you go somewhere. All right. So because our feet are pointed straight ahead and we're not moving anywhere, we're going to dull up that horse to moving off with us. So make sure that your feet are here if he's not supposed to go anywhere. And when your feet are here, he should be moving. All right. So don't wait for him. Push him forward. Make him go first. All right. And it's kind of a common problem that we see all the time, where maybe we take the first step. Make that horse take the first step. And you guys are pretty well in sync here. He goes off with you, and then you see those legs working together. So that's really good. So, so a slight penalty for our trot and stop. Ready and trot, we're going to take a slight penalty for not trotting off, but we were in pretty good shape there. So we can go ahead and place this class and tally these up. Let me do a little formula work here. So if you guys aren't familiar with the scoring system, everybody starts out at 70, and then we take anywhere between -3 to +3 for scores. We'll give everybody a 70 to start off with, and then we kind of adjust from there. So we copy this formula down. We end up with Ariana ends up being our winner. So this one, great job, Ariana. This is a beautiful pattern, well executed. End up plussing almost every maneuver right, except for our inspection. We got just a little bit off there, but great walk away. Good trot, good stop. And we do lose a little bit here, just because our horse does get a little bit off with his head and neck, but that's being very particular. We do just zero that maneuver. So Yep, nicely done. Very, and this is a big pointering walk away from me, right? So that's a +2 for us. So nicely done. So then our second place exhibitor ends up having a tie. Oh, that's a DQ. So we end up with Kate. Here's our second place exhibitor. So congratulations, Kate. Ends up being a 70 overall. So we called that a -1/2. We called this a -1/2. We called our inspection a +1. So we do end up with a good setup here. I do believe. Yes. So we come around. Very good. Yep. Ended up giving this a +1. Really like the way she moved across there. Good, accurate footwork. Did take a penalty here for touching our horse, right? And then a slight penalty for walking off. We're a little bit crooked there, but not too bad. So good job, Kate. And then third ends up being 60. Oops. 69. So hearts, here's Chloe. All right, so Chloe ends up being third. So here's our third place pattern. If you guys remember this one. So a little bit of bracing for the stop. We did lose some points for that. And then our 90 we did not lose some points for. But we do gain points for our walk away. And that was fairly close. And I do believe Sienna is next. So this is our fourth place pattern. Right here. Okay. So then we end up with, so let me write these down. First, Ariana. Second, Kate. Third, Chloe. Fourth, Sienna. Fifth, this last one, Brooklyn, fifth. Sixth then would be this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, perfect. And then, well, I suppose that's just kind of where so we're going to be DQ there, so it's 6 is going to be Libby. This one. Libby 6th. Vinny 7th, I believe. That's where we end up. Yes. We did execute pattern. And then unfortunately we did this one and the other one did not end up, where were we? Yeah, so we kind of messed the pattern here. End up touching our horse with this one, and then this one we forgot to pivot, or forgot to set up and do our inspection. So, but yeah, so that's kind of where we end up. First, second, third, oops, not that one. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and bring it up the rear. So awesome job, guys. Very, very good class. Again, we see some really good examples of showmanship. Again, here's our winner. This is kind of what we're going for in this class. Excellently done. Very, very good. This one will be competitive in most divisions, right? This certainly could be into the novice and be able to compete in that class. How long should your chain be from the jaw to where the leather starts? So I would say it kind of depends on your horse, kind of depends on you as an exhibitor, how comfortable you like to be. Just remember, the longer the chain, right, then the longer this area from here to here. So I really like how she's doing this here. She's saying my horse is pretty broke. I don't need to hold tight to him. So I can be just kind of on this medium length. And he's going to stay right there with me. So she does a great job here. That's pretty accurate. I like to see that. She does have to move her hand a little bit here because he does lean forward through her stop a little bit. She does end up grabbing the chain a little bit higher. But yeah, so I would say that this is pretty good for me. I really like the way where she is from the pivot on, right? So right through here, she comes across. This is probably how long I want that to be. I don't mind seeing her hold on to the leather. It's probably like 4 to 6 links out there. Probably pretty close. And then certainly not dragging him around either. Awesome. Nicely done, guys. Very good class. All right, so we'll move on to the novice, and we'll probably wrap up for the day. And we'll be back tomorrow to judge the rest of this. Do we have novice? We have a lot in novice. Yeah, maybe we move on to the English pleasure for the tiny tots. And then we kind of go from there because we are running out of time. We're 30 minutes. And we will start earlier tomorrow, guys. Maybe we can get this done. There's only a few. Not that many. We'll move on to novice showmanship. Oops, let me put these in the window though. So we have all of these running. Perfect. All right, so our novice pattern is going to look like this. Let me find it. So many windows. There we go. All right. Novice showmanship pattern going to look like this. So we are here. We're going to do start at A. You're going to start backwards, right? So this pattern's a little bit confusing. You're going to start backwards. You're going to back 4 steps, do a 180, walk to the judge, set up, 90-degree turn, trot to B, and stop at B. So same rules apply, right? We want to see people driving their horse through the pattern. Want to see accurate. Like to see an exhibitor driving their horse. Hopefully we see that in this class. And we can kind of go from there. So and the tricky part about this pattern is the back to the 180 to the walk, right? So hopefully we see people accurately getting there. All right, so we'll go here. So again, whether it's the exhibitors or the cameramen, we don't end up like set before we start recording. And sometimes there's a lag between when you push record and they actually start moving. So, or they actually starts recording. So maybe you're already in motion, but don't be afraid to stop here and like let's get set and let's kind of go on, right? So for a backup, I do want to see this horse moving willingly, right? We have this hand kind of crossed into our body. Hand kind of gets across our body. I want to see you stay straight. I want to see that horse's nose stay right at your hand and move willingly across there. So I do believe the pattern calls for back 4. Let me look. Back 4 steps. So we do want to be watching for that. And we're going to do our 180. Horse has got his weight on the wrong foot here, which is why we don't end up holding a pivot foot. Kind of end up wandering that. And again, so there's our footwork that we're talking about, right? That's not necessarily an issue with our pivot, but it is an issue with our footwork that we end up kind of just wandering that across there. So do you want to see confidence here, right? So we want to see that credit earning walk up to the judge. That's a long walk, right? So it's going to be kind of awkward. So you do want to make sure, so this is novice, children, and senior. So this is going to be novice children, this one is. Novice children. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 enter the novice children. There's just the novice, this is the senior and children pattern. Same pattern. So because it's such a long, awkward walk up to the judge, right? Like I want to say, let's get a business-like walk up here so that way we can kind of move through this without like having to stare down the judge for a long time because it gets awkward, right? Because it can be such a long walk. Put a little pep in your step and get that kind of motion going so we don't end up with this awkward, like we're staring at each other for a long time type deal, you know? I do appreciate the time that this exhibitor is taking to get his horse set squarely, or get their horse set squarely. So I do like that a lot. Crossover's good. A little bounce right there. Little bounce. So good crossover here. I do want to see you check your horse's hawk eye, judge. Again, if only for that, to avoid that awkward kind of stare down of your judge, right? So I'm not the judge in this instance, but I can see our ring steward. We kind of end up like we're stalking each other, right? We're like eyes locked on each other. We're kind of eyes locked all the way across here. And that can get kind of awkward in the show pen if you're not comfortable with the person you're showing against, right? Or showing with. So like these two obviously know each other, but if you were in a class and you weren't comfortable with the ring steward, it's going to be very strange to make that much eye contact for that long. So give yourself a little break by when you cross over, check your horse's hocks, check their eye, check your judge, right? Kind of get in that habit of hock, eye, judge, and kind of make that checklist in your mind, if only to check and see, is my horse resting a hind foot? Is his head off in la-la land? And then come back to your judge so it's natural eye contact. And then a little bit unsure right there, we see those little bounces. So maybe not totally confident with when we should be crossing over and getting those inspection steps done. And just a lot of extra motion, right? So when we're doing the inspection part, I do want to see just confidently moving across. I don't want to notice you when we're doing the inspection. That part's all about the horse, right? So I want to be able to look at the horse as I move around, be able to evaluate that horse from all four sides and not necessarily get distracted by you or get noticing you. So if you're out there and you're like the little bounce, right? I just notice those things. It distracts my eye from my horse and it's hard for me to just stay focused on what I'm doing. So we go to our pivot here. Again, we don't end up holding this pivot foot, which is consistent with what we saw earlier. And just kind of timid across here, right? We want to pick up some confidence here. That your horse will feed off that confidence and he'll trust you that you're leading the way securely. And then we won't end up with some of these kind of awkward moments where that horse isn't quite sure what to do, right? So a little bit of confidence would go a long way towards making this a better presentation and just making this a more accurate overall type of deal, right? So we come back here. So we can score this as we go. Pull that back up. So ready for our back. We can pick up maybe a little deduction there for not really clean across there. We're going to pick up a deduction for the pivot. We don't end up doing a very good 180. We end up walking that kind of back end. The walk into our setup. Certainly not losing points here. We do get a little bit crooked, but we could gain points, right? So there's a difference between losing points and gaining points. So you want to be able to gain points. So if we're going to zero maneuvers out or we're going to minus a half maneuver, the difference between minus a half and plusing a half, right? There's a big range there. It's a whole full point, right? So making sure that we get all the way, get those plus points, right? Make your showmanship, change your showmanship to where you're not picking up penalties, getting zeros, and then picking up half points or points in places will increase your overall score pretty dramatically. So we do our inspection here. It ends up being pretty accurate, I believe. Probably should have scored this as we went, right? So our ring steward is being very cautious, right? So giving our exhibitor lots of time to get this right. Our horse does end up picking a foot right there and stomping it down. That is unfortunate. So what would have been a very good inspection, probably a half credit earning inspection or a zero inspection, ends up being a little minus there because we do pick up our foot. And then unfortunately, we just don't get this pivot the way we want to. We don't end up getting our shoulder moving, right? So if you go back to that pivot, you see that horse got most of his weight on his right front leg. Back end ended up swinging around, and we just don't get that leg moving across the way we want to. Stop ends up being okay. Maybe not a plus or minus either way. It does get stopped, but it doesn't wow me, right? We do end up being a little bit dribbly there. So although we do stop, it's kind of hard to see, it's the very end of the video. Although we do get stopped, we end up, these little walk steps right here hurt us. So make sure when you stop your horse, you stop your feet completely. That way your horse knows that he's supposed to stop. Because if we stop and then we take a couple steps, he's gonna stop, take a couple steps. All right. So we are a little bit crooked here to begin with. So this does not bode well for a straight backup, right? So if we already have this bend in our horse's body, odds are very good this back end is going to end up somewhere out here, all right? So it would be credit earning for this maneuver if she could pull this head and neck back in line. If I want to see her pull this way to the left, right, or her right. If she pulls out this way and can get that hip back in line for this backup, that would be great. We'll see if she can. Being very careful. Good. So, maybe a little bit more like pep in your step, a little bit more accuracy and a little bit more drive through that to get a little bit, more body language out of our horse, right? A lot of this class is about body language. Megan, it doesn't so much matter to me. I do want them to stop and make sure that they're stopped, right? Stop and pause. So it's got to be long enough for me to let that horse's feet get settled before we do something else, whether it's check your judge or whatever. Doesn't particularly matter to me either way. I don't want to see like the big look back and nod like it's a dressage pattern, right? But I do want to see a complete stop at least a long enough pause to know that all of our feet got settled. So a very accurate walk, probably could speed it up a little bit, maybe get a little bit more drive through that, a little more impulsion through that walk, a little more business-like. Kind of an awkward long step across there. Don't mind seeing you split this into a couple steps. I don't personally like seeing the crossover from the inside foot. So if you see where she crosses over, this left leg or foot that's out here moves first across there. So you end up going like this to start your pivot or your crossover steps. I don't particularly like seeing that. I think it gets kind of awkward right here in this situation. Like I'm standing legs crossed and I kind of get a little bit messed up, but she does a good job across there. Very good at her quadrants. Obviously a littler horse, so we have to forgive the fact that her arm is kind of straight here because it is a very tiny horse. Pivots are very careful. We're going to give her points for that inspection. We're going to give her a little bit of points off for her turns, right? Because they don't get there. The trot towards the end looks good. I'm not sure. Let me double check. Do appear to be on the wrong side of the cone here, unfortunately. Cone should be on this side. So you do want to end up with the cone. You should be to the right of the cone. And here we see that she is to the left of the cone. That is an unfortunate error. Some of that, like we could have brought this pattern just a little bit further this way and ended up on the other side of the cone. So that is very unfortunate. So. But other than that, a pretty accurate pattern. And just don't sneak on your horse, right? So when you go to back up and you go to do things with your horse, they're body language animals. So make sure that you have some pep in your step and you're doing things and you're getting them to like take charge, take some steps and actually gain some ground. Because if you're just taking little pitter-patter steps, then I expect that horse to take little pitter-patter steps too, right? So when you go to back up, make sure that they're actually moving, all right? And then for your pivots, getting around here, horse ends up pivoting on the wrong foot. Does hold a pivot foot, but doesn't end up being the wrong foot. So we do want to change that. We want to make that a forward turn where we don't have to pick our hand up quite so high. And our inspection is very good, though. We do end up picking up a bunch of points here. Can forgive the way that she crosses over. It's not my personal style, but she does own it well. She does do it the same way every time, so I'll call it good. And this pivot ends up, again, just being kind of cautious, maybe a little overly cautious. We do hold a pivot foot, so we'll call that a 0. Would like to see that horse be moving accurately through it. Trot and stop would have been a very, very, very good trot and stop, but we end up being on the wrong side of cones. That's very unfortunate. So it's clear, your score at the end will not accurately represent how well you did in this class, right? Because that trot and stop was very good, just ended up being on the wrong side of the cone. And that happens sometimes, right? So don't get discouraged. The cool part about that is you can always try again next time because what you have is good, right? What you have there is really good. Just got to make sure we end up in the right places. All right, so very businesslike, right? I do like the way that she starts off. We're going to give her credit for starting that off very accurately. Maybe a little crooked there. She does recover well. Let me... make sure to score this alongside. We do end up winging a little bit out wide through that circle, right? If you see kind of like right through here. we do swing just a little wide out there, and we kind of have to recover for this next step. You see that legs that come out from behind your other leg. Small thing, but certainly room to improve. And he kind of saved you there, right? He kind of looked like he was going to step out, but he saved you. Good business-like walk to the judge here. I do like seeing that. Horse sits well. There's that kind of step back and show, like, here's my horse. I'm ready to go. We are now in a good position. We're in a show position. So this time I get to be the judge, which is nice. I want to be able to hear, I'm judging your horse, right? So I don't really want to notice you. I'm glad that they included her in the shot. But this part's not about her, it's about the horse, right? So we do care about our footwork, but at some point we get to where we're all good with our footwork, so it becomes about the horse. Good, so I don't love seeing that, right? I don't want to see, and it's small, it's not a deduction, but I don't want to see this, right? You just maintain your look and you just say thank you or just move through the rest of your pattern. Okay, I don't want to see the big hat dip, right? So this line is what I'm always watching, right? We watch this line. This line gets too high or too low or there's a lot of movement, okay? Just keep that line level and even, all right? Horse could have probably closed this turn just a little bit more. We end up cutting this down just a touch, but certainly not the end of the world, but I would like to see this just one more step across there. We're maybe an eighth of a turn behind, so we're going to call that penalty half. But we do have a good pivot, right? It does move all the way through the pivot the way it's supposed to. Little awkward steps right there, like we come across there. We end up taking a weird step with our left leg, which kind of makes us in a weird spot when we go to trot off. For me, you've done a pivot, right? So you're here. I'm just going to go 3 steps, right? Step here, here, and then off to my trot. So this leg's going to go first. Inside leg goes first, square up, and then move off. So we kind of see where we get a little bit tripped up through that. Again, that's my personal preference. I just know it runs smoother, and we don't end up with this weird step where you actually walk backwards for a second because it's kind of strange. Trot off is very good. Could probably speed it up. Good stop. Good. So we're going to say that our trot and stop, we're going to pick up a point for that. We probably are to the point where like we're getting, we're aiming towards picking up points, right? So that was good. Not just correct, it was good. So if we want to make that great or excellent, we're going to push that difficulty a little bit higher by speeding this up. All right. Good. So our inspection ended up being pretty good. Do like the way she crossed over. I don't really notice her out there. She moves swiftly across. She's very accurate. Her hands are in the same place every time. Do end up staring down our judge a little bit. That kind of leaves that awkward situation. Again, if you're comfortable with your ring steward, it's not a big deal. When you get out in the show pen and you're not comfortable with your ring steward or your judge, then it becomes kind of a weird stare down. Walk off is very businesslike. Setup was very good. We're going to +1 that. 180 up there ended up being pretty accurate. Horse gets a little bit wingy, right? He ends up saving us. We're just going to call that a 0. He does finish his turn, but he does act like he's going to step out. So not necessarily credit earning, but not necessarily losing points either. Backup was really good. Ready looked good. We're going to +1 then. Perfect. Nice job. All right, Brooke, what do we have? Start at the beginning. Okay, so right off the bat, we see a little bit more horse on this side than this side. Our horse is kind of set up crooked. Could be the angle of the camera, could be whatever. But when our horse sets up crooked like this, where we see all 4 feet instead of just 2, right? If you see just 2 feet, those feet are directly in front of each other. If you see 4 feet, right, those feet are just a little offset. So keep that in mind. Here we see 4 feet, so we know that our horse is not completely straight to our judge. So, and then that's what happens, right? So we go to back up and our horse ends up backing away like this because it was already away to begin with. It was like this. So we're going to back this way instead of straight back or straight to the camera like that. So that ends up being kind of a weird spot, right? So fixing that back up by starting straight will help us through this pivot, help us kind of load the correct foot. Unfortunately, we don't end up holding a pivot foot there. I'm going to take a penalty for that. Kind of a strange showmanship position here. We want to get those arms straight. So example I gave before was just touch your thumbs to your shoulders like this, then drop your arms in. And that'll put you pretty accurately. And it'll get you kind of square like this, get that straight across here. Want your hands to be evenly across each other. You should be able to touch your thumbs like that and then come across, put this hand a little bit further ahead. This hand hits your other one at the wrist, and this class gets very easy, right? So I want to see how well do you hold your showmanship position. And kind of a shorter lead, right? So we end up in a kind of a weird place. So here, especially, right, when my feet are facing forward, that's drive mode, right? So if we're in drive, we don't expect our horse to stand still. So here you'd want to make sure your feet are pointed towards that horse's body, like this, right? See how you're pointed towards that horse. We don't want to begin our inspection facing the judge, right? And see, like, we end up over here again. Kind of confusing, right? That makes for really awkward turnarounds. See, like that, right? So we end up in a weird spot right there. So just make sure your feet face your horse every time, right? We're talking about that quadrant system. So it should be 45 degrees pointing towards our horse's feet at all times, whether we're on this side or cross over this side, cross over this side, come back across. This is how you want to move across your horse's shoulders, right? If my horse was right here, okay, move across this way. That way we don't end up like spinning around, because that's going to be walk off, right? So anytime I do this and gather my horse up, that's going to be walking off. So make sure you stay 45 to your horse's shoulders. So we do hold a pivot foot here. It's better. Again, so just closing that turn, closing that pivot. I want to see all of your feet come to a rest before we start to walk off. Otherwise, we can say, did he really hold a pivot foot? Did he really pivot? Or is he kind of just leaning on go the whole time, right? Yep, so you kind of forgot that was supposed to be a trot off. We end up just kind of walking out. Horse listened to us well, right? We're kind of walking and then we're like, oh, shoot, we should trot. So just remembering that pattern, remembering what we're trying to go for here will help us a lot in getting that a little bit more accurate across there. So then our ready and back up, we can make sure we score that accurately. So back, it's a little bit crooked. Decent back though, horse moves across there, we'll just a little minus half for the back crooked. End up taking big penalties for our pivot and our setup, unfortunately. Not that our setup, like, I don't mind her taking her time here, but this right here really hurt us, right? So making sure you stay pivoted or facing your horse be very important. Oops. All right. So we have Nora Bug. I'm not sure if this is Nora and Bug or Nora Bug. A good backup. It starts getting a little bit crooked, but she just kind of moves. Oh no, moves that pivot foot, kind of slides that foot. And then again, just making sure that our footwork is accurate so we kind of don't end up wandering that. That way we can finish that pivot all the way across there before we start walking. Be very important. Good, a good setup, right? Very accurate, very fast. Do like seeing that. She does cross over. A little bounce there when she crosses over. She kind of like sets that foot down. She kind of holds that ground. Does change her footwork up right there a little bit. So we could say that that was maybe not what was planned. If you look at the way she crossed over the first time, I believe she crossed differently. Maybe she didn't. Nope, she crossed the same every time. Maybe. Yep, she crossed the same every time. So we can call it her style. Again, it's not my style. It's not what I want to see personally, but does a good job here. Doing a good job. Oh, wish you would have held that pivot just a little bit longer, right? Doesn't quite get that turn all the way across there where that horse has to really plant a pivot foot. But would have liked to have seen her hold that just a bit longer. So we do take a small penalty here because we just don't get that full like 90-degree turn. And 90s are hard because they don't end up being, they're not like 180s, right? 180, your horse has got to make the move where he's got to like go all the way around and then take the forward step out of his hind leg. In a 90, he can make that pivot and never have to move a hind leg necessarily. So make sure you finish that all the way so we can really make sure it's the definitive 90. Stop ends up good. We do look back at our judge. We do have all of our feet resting on the ground. So I do like seeing that. We're gonna go ahead and pick up a half point there. Inspection, we do a good job through that. Walk and setup is very accurate. We're gonna give her a +1 for the walk and setup because she does set up quickly. Very good. I'm gonna look at her back up one more time. So it is careful, but she is getting a good back up here. Horse starts to swing off a little bit, but she just kind of owns it. Unfortunately, she does not hold that pivot foot because that horse is still kind of moving, right? So make sure you give that horse a chance to finish his pivot before you move off into your 180, right? It's easy to kind of blend those two together, and then you don't have the separation you need to get like, that's a maneuver, this is a different one, right? It kind of all just flows into one. Don't necessarily want that. I do like her presentation here. Very pleasant. Very good. Just like to see that bounce drop out of there. Good. All right. All right, so again, we start off kind of a crooked back up here, right? We want to make sure that we're facing square to this horse so we can get squarely backing up. We're just kind of setting ourselves up for a hard time when we go to pivot like that. I think she walked backwards to back up, I think. Hard to see her. Yeah, she's walking backwards. So we are going to pick up a penalty there. And then that pivot, let's say what we talk about, like the blending of the maneuvers, right? So make sure you don't blend those maneuvers. Make it a definite, like, okay, I've done a pivot and now I'm walking. Whoops, fell off. I've done a pivot and now I'm walking, so we don't get the kind of not really sure where we're going next, right? Want to let that horse know what's happening. So you're the dance leader here. So you want to make sure your footwork is accurate. So here again, want to make sure that our feet face towards this horse. Seen a couple examples like this today. We want to be 45 degrees to that horse, okay? So no inspection here. Makes it difficult to judge. I know this is awkward, right? We're doing this video stuff for the first time. So then when we go to pivot, right, make sure it's an actual pivot and we go around. Now, the big thing about the trot off is make sure, and we said it earlier, make sure that the horse goes first, right? So when you go to trot off, we kind of avoid these like high steps where we kind of get high kneed here before the horse goes. Make sure you send that horse and then you keep up with him. And then you'll avoid that awkward situation where he's trying to keep up with you, like he's somewhere back there and you're trotting, but you're not going anywhere because he's not trotting. Make sure he goes first. So I always want that horse to take the first step. No cone out here. Makes that a little difficult to judge. Was a good stop though. So just want to make sure that we get those pivots, right? So we kind of end up with a pivot here, but we're walking out of that before we even get close to the finish of our pivot, right? So it's a 180. So you want to make sure it's your 180 and then going. All right, so we kind of end up just like doing this. Whoops, let me get a little lower. Doing this, so we're just kind of already out of this before we close it. So gonna pick up a fault there, but getting to where we actually pivot, right? Like make your footwork differently for a pivot. And then again, for your showmanship, take your arms here, drop them in. Be much easier to make an accurate showmanship position all the time. Good. And then again, just indecisiveness here when you set up, right? I mean, make sure you hold your feet so that horse sets up around you and you don't set up around it, right? Good, good. So that's the last entry for this class, so we can go ahead and judge this. So we can add these up. Computer's being strange. Fairly certain that it does not equal 8,774. Weird. May have to bust out the hand calculator for this one. Spreadsheet doesn't want to work. All right, so we'll do some math over here. Strange. All right, so she ended up with 71. So we end up with Kimberly being first. Did a great job here. So here's our first place pattern. We watched this one. Does a great job. Ends up picking +1 for her ready and back. A good 180, although the horse does save her at the end here. Good. Good. So there's our winning pattern right there. Congratulations, Kimberly. Great job. Very, very good. I do believe Nora ends up being second. So Nora will be our second place exhibitor today. Really good job on this one. Certainly one of our younger exhibitors in this class. Did an awesome job. Very happy with this. And then, where do we end? We end up with this one. Claire ends up being third. Do you believe? Yes. Yes. Maybe. No. Cone. This one, this one, this one. Yeah. Now we're better. All right, so Claire would have been, right? So we talked about would have been a really good pattern had we not been on the wrong side of this cone at the very end, right? So this ended up hurting us quite a bit. Had we not been on the wrong side of that cone, would end up much better off. Unfortunately, we just kind of got that a little mixed up. So we end up going back here. So Claire, which would put this one next. So here we are with our third place horse in this class. Eric, great job. A couple things to work on, right? Some room for improvement with this one, but certainly did a nice job today. And then Brooke. And then we end up this one and this one, Amy Bean. Perfect, there you go. There's a place for that one. Let me write these in here. Oops, wrong sheet. If I can find it. Too many windows. So many classes. Here we go. All right. So. Yeah. Kimberly first. Nora second. Eric third. Brooke fourth. Claire fifth. Ilana sixth, and I'm missing one. Let me see if I can find that real quick. We got a Facebook Messenger one. Hold, please. Yes, one right here. Let's not lose this one. Just in a different format. Move this over. Grab this one. Almost lost you, Annalise. Good setup, solid setup here. Ready to go at cone A. Like to see that. The advantage to having scored patterns, right? Back is a bit careful. Very accurate though. Do end up kind of, walking that out, right? So kind of saw that coming, right, when we were coming through here. Horse not really loading that back foot, this right hind, kind of carrying some weight over here. And then we end up just not really picking a foot to pivot around because of it, right? So make sure that you get this horse to where it holds its weight in one foot back there. But some of that is because we wander that turn on the way out, right? So wandering that turn, big deal. Making sure that you're not wandering this because it does cause problems for you. Can't click off of this one, gets mad at me. All right, so walking, setting up. Good business-like walk forward. Again, it's a long walk, so making sure that we get crisp up there, get moving quickly. Good setup. Good crossover. Again, just like the other one, a little bounce right here at the end of this. Maybe not that time. First time we had a little bounce. Good. Good. Wouldn't mind seeing you hesitate just a little bit longer on that other side until your ring steward dismisses you. And then again, make sure you close that pivot, right? So make sure we get that full pivot across there because that leg is already in the air right here. We don't necessarily know if that horse did it set a pivot foot? Did it move off? It's hard to tell when we don't completely close that pivot, all right? So making sure that we get that all the way done. And then we go trot off. Again, we kind of end up in the high knees before the horse is going to trot, right? And then some of that's just because we end up in front of the horse right here. We're already leading the way and the horse has to catch up to us. We want to make sure you're leading that horse through that pattern. Pushed on us a little bit through the stop. Kind of a little bit pushy. Again, it's kind of hard to tell because it's blurry. Not a minus, but just something to keep in mind. Good pattern. I'm glad we remembered to find that one. It's in a different place than the other ones. So a good pattern. Some things to work on, just making sure that you get that 180 down and really hold that pivot foot, right? Because that'll mess you up, right? And that horse kind of it must try to bite you or something. It doesn't necessarily hold pivot foot. It starts moving that pivot a little bit later. Good, good. So we can tally this up. Okay, so that does put us in third place, right? So that will be our third place horse. So that one, so it will be first, second, Nora. Third, here. Where'd it go? Facebook message, hard. So Annalise, third. Nice job, Annalise. And then we will be into Eric, Brooke, Carrie, Claire, and Amy. Perfect. There we go. There's everybody. Awesome. So where are we? We are here. Nora, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. Awesome. Very good job, guys. Great class. Nicely done. So we're going to take a break for the day. We'll come back tomorrow. We'll finish up the showmanship. We'll finish up everything. We're going to start a little bit earlier tomorrow. We started in Pacific time today. We're going to start in Eastern time tomorrow. We'll do the rest of our classes. We should be able to wrap this up tomorrow. If not, we can keep going. Right? We'll go until it's done. So hopefully that helps. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Live judging does take a little bit longer, but not a huge deal. We have smaller entries. The next one's showmanship does take a little bit longer. We're running about 30 minutes per 8 horses, 7 horses, give or take. So it does take a little bit longer this way. But yeah, so I hope you guys enjoyed that. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tonight live. If you guys liked this and you learned something, we will be live tonight. Macy and I, if you guys enjoyed this channel, we run a Patreon site, and we're going to be teaching you guys all about getting your horses broke. So we'll go from there. Thank you so much for being here today, guys. I'm Jeremy LaRose. This is day 1 of judging the Show Your Heart Out series, and we will see you in the next one. Awesome. Take care, guys.